and gentlemen, the winner of this contest.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
God damn it, God damn it.
Yeah!
Great tasting Chef Boyardee Big Beefaroni. Open up a can for yourself.
Always asking me, Booker T, how'd you come up with that spinneroonie?
Booker, baby, time for your favorite, Chef Boyardee Beefaroni.
Chef Boyardee Beefaroni out of sight.
Stop that spinneroonie mess and get in this kitchen.
Yep, if it wasn't for great tasting Chef Boyardee Beefaroni, the spinneroonie would have never been born.
Everyone's excited about the great taste of Chef Boyardee Beefaroni, and that's beefaroni, not beefaroonie.
Tell me you didn't just say that.
Hey, how can I get muscles like you guys? Wow, Mr. Wonderful.
You can start by getting in shape with a Hulkamania workout set.
Great.
It's got everything you need. Head and wristbands, a jump rope for warming up, a hand gripper for power, dumbbells for strength, an exercise poster, and even Hawk's own workout tape.
The Hulkamania workout set, new from LJN.
Are you in shape yet?
Yeah.
Oh!
Get a Life is brought to you by Foot Locker, America's most complete athletic footwear store where it all begins.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sports Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents. a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, a true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right guard sports stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Rhea Ripley. Are you inspired by her?
Yeah, you're talking about somebody who moved to the other side of the world.
Yep. They don't even call it Burger King over there. It's Hungry Jack's. Excuse my language.
Yeah, I mean, you walk around, there's kangaroos in the street.
Yeah, fighting each other.
Fighting.
For Hungry Jack's. Oh, man, I like Australia. I know more about it than Hungry Jack's, I promise. I was talking to Triple H about coming to Perth. They said, you have pyro, which I like hearing. You know, I like pyro.
It's shocker.
Yeah, shocker.
You pyro? No.
He said, take a little extra when you get on the buckle. They had barge pyro.
So what's that?
So out in the water, they had barges
that
were shooting like pyro for basically a fireworks show. And I have never seen such a waste of money in my entire life. Seth was looking like, what?
The human experience is filled with suffering. So it's like, oh man, I'm sorry that you have to go through that
sorry
too.
you're suffering.
So if like
the next time you pass a
if
Louis
a Louis Vuitton bag somehow makes its way into the equation, like, hey, that's cool, okay? You know what I mean?
want you to pass someone with a Louis bag and just go, sorry for your suffering.
I have talked way too much about the Louis Vuitton bag now.
Yeah.
Like even like, not to get political, but like Donald Trump, right? Like
Loves
whatever.
Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, I imagine that would be great.
Yeah, I'm a big Louis collector.
You know,
I'm
obviously,
the biggest one on earth.
There's times if I just look at him as just a human, like, damn, man, it's got to be tough.
Yeah.
To be that guy.
Yeah.
Carry that all the time.
Oh, that weight? Yeah.
Yeah, but like that might be a bad example. And again, I don't want to go down the wrong path here with all
it's
this
fine.
stuff.
It doesn't matter.
I'm saying if you just look at people as human beings and nothing else, like,
what a nightmare.
Tough go, man. You know, that's all.
It's true.
That's it.
Look at everyone like a human instead of the thing that you think they are.
Ladies and gentlemen, shit's about to hit the fan.
The system is broken. It was time for a revolution. We could be the wrestlers that we want to be.
We have our own stories. We make our own characters.
Different. That's what makes us elite.
I've been forced to vacate the AEW World Trios Championship.
Khan created a revolution.
Show days, super chaotic. A lot of times we get here and we don't know what we're doing till hours, minutes before we go out there.
There literally are, I think some weeks, 100 talents running around backstage.
At that point, it caught Tony Khan's ear, and he started thinking, maybe I want to do this. Let's get together. And I guess the rest is history, right?
We're just getting started, but it's a great fight to start a great night.
Orange Cassidy in serious trouble.
This will be fun, right? I'm excited. Ready to go? Go to break.
Figured out what works as a heel in the ring for me.
Us wants to be here so bad.
Is this a break spot?
Not yet.
We need to build an army right now.
It was good. Good match.
You thought everything looked okay? Yeah. I just feel like
You tonight.
That was big.
We've seen this time and time again out of Jericho and Guevara.
That's awesome. That was great. Ah! Yes! Sick!
He's going to take it! And Claudio Castagnoli was it?
Is that heavy, Tony? No. I gave you extra time. 6 to about 6 to break for right now. Go. Wink. They're really flying through. Hey! That was great. That was perfect.
1, 2, 3!
Are you okay? That was great. Way to get him up the end. You got him back. That was great. Pick him up. That was a great finish. Oh, yeah. Going into the card rundown. We'll feel out the ending, and then we'll go into the card rundown bumpers.
With Ty Mello, Dr. Ty and Anna, and Will Nightingale taking Britt Baker with Sky in her sights. And now Sky Blue goes down. My catcher. The team match right there. Jamie Hayter coming up right now. The Elite versus Death Triangle.
The sooner you get to the Death Triangle, the better, man.
Good. All right, the Bucks are attacking. Oh, this.
We're good. We got a minute or so. We want to get him going. Get him off this.
Moxley charging right back at Hangman. Now,
I like this.
I don't think I've ever seen him hit an elbow like that. Oh, modern day pro wrestling. Danielson!
We're doing good. We're doing good on time. This is good. Hey, hometown hero. Way to go. Welcome back. Yeah, it's great.
Welcome back.
Loved it.
Welcome back.
Hey, welcome back. You okay?
Oh, I'm great.
Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready to get it going.
A secret.
Am
I safe? Am I safe?
Oh my God! They snuck in.
Thanks for getting in. Of course. So it felt great to see Tony. He has been incredibly supportive through this entire process. Of course, we had communicated and talked, but it's not the same as seeing someone face to face.
Hey, I'll close the door. I'm going to run by every time I go to the bathroom.
Oh my God, of course.
Share a bathroom. Yes.
It's Wednesday. You know what that means? AEW Dynamite is live in Los Angeles at the fabulous Kia Forum.
All right, we're 2 minutes here. I'm going to give you the 5 in about 30.
A win.
Thank you.
So I talked to Tony last week, and he told me there's a plan. So I just got to trust him. You know, I trusted him before, and I became TNT champion 3 times.
Dr. Britt Baker should be better than these. Neck break. She's near fall. Let Saraya blow into the shot. Here's our finish. Dr. Britt.
I decide I'm not only going to hide in Tony's office, but I'll hide in Tony's bathroom.
Oh, shit! She missed that table. She landed right on the floor.
Thank you again. Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. To get to the bell in 2 and change so we can celebrate.
That's a kid.
At this point,
Literally ready to throw up.
Let's do it.
At the ring.
Thanks, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you. This is it.
Let's go.
In months.
Go see a wide shot of Adam Cole, baby.
Seriously, every single day, I'd read things like, I miss Adam Cole. The thing is, the bad news, it's not for me.
Hey.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
Feels good. Feels so good. I'm so happy.
Let's f***ing go, TK. All right, boys, I gotta go out. All right, he's okay?
I think so. He just needed a minute.
Okay.
3 minutes. 3 minutes off air. 3 minutes off air.
No! Damn it! God damn it!
Oh, what's happening, guys? How times have changed. Do you guys like that? A little walk down memory lane. Every All In around that time, I like to just replay that reality show there and remind you all how times have changed. Sorry for the botch on the intro too. I meant to play you guys some Becca, but didn't work out. Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks, yeah. And I did cut off Becca. I apologize. I did not mean to do that. I'm actually going to cut that off as well. And let's dive into Phil Marks' bookmarks right away. to set things off. And how are you all doing? You guys like that 10 minutes of Tony Khan intro? Of course, that's the YouTube version. There's a long form version over on patreon.com/prowrestletimes, and there's a longer version of that as well. And I didn't try to make anyone look stupid in that edit. I get accused all the time. Oh, well, you tried to make Tony look bad. No, I didn't. I just clipped every time he was brought up or mentioned, or his like philosophy on wrestling was brought up, like in the intro there, right? And so I'm going to do a 10 minutes of the Young Bucks as well, although it might be longer than 10 minutes. But I'm like one of the only people who watched that reality show. And yeah, if you guys watched it, you'd know. Like years ago when this thing came out, and oh, how times have changed, right? And yet they stay the same. I hope you are all doing great, everyone who's here. I appreciate you all for being here. We have a lot to get to. Of course, we haven't talked about Dave in a while, so we're going to have a hearty Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week segment, I assure you all. So we didn't get a chance to do one. Who was here for the Monday show where I just got blipped out of the Matrix? It was storming. The fires were bad. The smoke is gone. The air's clear and stuff again. And just like that, legit, overnight, it'll change. And it's beautiful out. And so I don't know if it was like my internet or StreamYard or a combo of both, but that was weird. I got pegged off by Skynet there. Pause. And yeah, we have an entirely uninspired, uncreative Dynamite. Uncreative. Is that even truly a word? I should Google it. Google it. And it's just a terrible episode of just the same old shit, man. And unless you like really need to hear what Hangman has to say, or unless you're like super into Edge Christian, which I don't think either of them are announced for this show. So why would anything they have to say even happen on this show? What's the fucking point of the show, you know? I'm really uninspired by Dynamite, by AEW, and a lot of the fans lately. It's made me not even, especially after All In, and then you look at the weekend, and pretty much you just see people melting down to the degree, like we covered Nick LoPiccolo, to the degree he's getting FBI involved with some of these sickos. The same people who've gone after all of us, any one of you who's ever said anything truthful about AEW. But these guys like aren't fucking around. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. Like a lot of us are like, whatever, I'll just block this idiot and fucking before it, you know what I mean? Before they go too crazy. But these guys are like, no, you're not going to say that. I have like real lawyers and shit, you know? And so, yeah, we've seen that, man. And to where it's such a turnoff, like, what's the inspiration to watch this Dynamite? I almost don't even want to turn it on tonight. I'm not going to lie. I just, like, is this the tap out? I really want to see Edge and Christian. That's really my only thing where I'm like, fuck. But otherwise, what is even the point of this, you know? Like, what's the point? It's not even fun. You can't even make it fun, you know? Can't even try and make it fun. I promote AEW more than anyone. This shit isn't even, you know, it's getting pointless. I'd rather honestly put all my energy towards TNA, right? But then you get called a shill sucker, fed sucker, because TNA, WWE work in relationship. So people are like, we've restored, I see in chat, the feeling, and I've seen online too, the feeling's back. And also the Observer wrote this piece where they quoted Hangman, I believe, where he's like, or they quoted the WWE, AEW. Sorry, guys, started the show. Alvarez quoted the AEW locker room as saying, I start choking up because it's such bullshit. My body knows. It's like, oh, don't even say it, Phil. Quoted the locker room as like, things have really turned around. And it's like, well, turned around from what? So if things really turned around, then that means I was right this whole time. And you all were freaking out about nothing, and you all admit that it wasn't headed the right direction before. Right? That's what you're conceding. But instead of people going, wow, that's eye-opening, you have these fucking sickos like they just shit on TNA. What did TNA ever do? Besides try, actually put an effort in. You know, it's like disheartening. I hate to even start the show like this, but it's like, do I even turn this on tonight? Do I even like give them the fucking, you know, it's sad when motherfuckers like me are like, is it even worth it? I just don't know. I don't know. I'm a sicko. I'll end up fucking putting it on. Yeah. So you guys can hear how disgusted I am with myself. But guys, Slammiversary's this Sunday. So what I'm gonna do is I might stream or watch that. Okay. I'm saying I might. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Chat, you guys let me know what we want. Maybe we'll set a super chat goal or something, because then I got a Sunday's like the day where I can just relax, you know? So if I'm going to fucking do it, we'll do it. You guys let me know if that's something you want. I don't know. But we're going to promote the shit out of Slammiversary. They're doing so good on their own. This is the preview of the show, of what's to come today. A lot of disappointment, as you guys can tell. But they've done really well. We're going to cover that. We don't have a lot of TNA news, but we have a good chunk that's like worth something today. And yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the ticket sales on that event that people have been harsh on, but it's a big W for Anthem. They look at that as a huge W for them. And it is actually, because last minute we're starting to see this influx of buys and stuff. We have Goldberg hates on WWE still. He's still hating on WWE. He's, his last match happened. He can't help but still shit on WWE. A lot of people saying Bret Hart was right again. And then we have LoPiccolo. We talked about that. He destroys AEW, and Meltzer feels bullied by WWE. He talks about who's bullying who, when realistically it's like WWE's punching down. Let's be honest here, Dave. But he can't say that, because then it makes it seem like AEW's not the bully. Like, it's so funny. We're about to watch Meltzer glitch out tonight, and this is why. And I'm already turned, because it's just like, this is why. This is how funny and fucktarded Meltzer has become, okay? Tonight, we're going to hear him try and who's bullying who, WWE or AEW. So he's going to try and act like AEW's on the same level as WWE, meaning they couldn't be getting bullied, right? But he can't say that, so they're getting bullied, but they might also be the bulliers. You're going to see that tonight. It's like, whoa, the fuck are we doing? We're in like, Kang fucked up the time streams or something. Like, you know what I mean? I swear to God. Jonathan Majors got fired and everyone lost their shit, bro. We can't... All the fucking timelines are split up, dude. Mike Sausalese, let's check in with chat here, and then we're going to get into the news as everyone files in. I see the viewership climbing and climbing and climbing. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube. Become a member. It's 99 cents. You get access to my Monday shows. They're very fun. Vraiment incroyable, okay? On Mondays. Very, very fun time, even though I just said really incredible. But they're very incredible shows, and so you get access to those for only 99 cents. And patrons, too. Patrons have a bunch of shit. If you like that 10 minutes of Tony Khan video, there's the full unedited thing on Patreon. There's, like, me watching Punk'd, me watching Tough Enough, all sorts of stuff on Patreon as well, if you support what I do. Mike Sausalese has been a member for 11 months. Said, all hail the Illuminati and Phil I Trust. 10 months on other channel. Woot woot. TK was one of the girls on Meltzer Island. Whoa. Yeah, that whole thing is fucking... This isn't a political show, but like, the whole fucking...
dirtbags and lily pickers.
Everything's gone mad. Everything's gone mad. But I'm excited to talk about it, goddammit. Dashing Purpool's been a member for 8 goddamn months. That's amazing. Dashing, what's up? What's happening? And Lincoln Hawk gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips. Don DeMarco, thank you. Hopefully some haters got those. Hopefully some people who need them got those. And because of Lincoln Hawk, you guys tune in on Mondays. You get my member shows. Thank them. Thank them, B. Wait, you a juggalo? El Juggalo, we're all fucking juggalos at heart, dude. Talking about homies, right here at PWT, dude. We're all juggalos. And shout out JCW, because they are doing the damn thing. Bro, that Bucks match wasn't wrestling. I felt like I was watching So You Think You Can Dance. I had an amazing day with some really amazing and unexpected news. PWT is the right way to cap it. Join the Discord. Lincoln, salute, dude. And I saw you DM me about tomorrow, man. I'm gonna hit you back. I was just getting ready for the show, so I'm gonna hit you back. And hopefully you saw Superman, cuz. And I'm happy you got news. We need Phil to stream Slammiversary. I think we should do that. I prefer Jugs to Juggalos, TNA Slammiversary. Can always roast their show. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I know I sounded so glib about AEW, but it's like, fuck, dude, you can't let those sickos win. Tony one day will be like, oh, Phil Marks, he saved our show. He put 10 toes down, and the sickos turned on me, and I feared for my life. Things were being knocked down everywhere, and last minute he showed up with a cape. He's like David Cornsweat, Phil Cornsweat. He's like Superman. It was great. He saved the world. He's like James Gunn. He saved the DCU, and he saved AEW here on WWE. 626 for 5 says Superman, be kind, don't kill people. Is okay. Stop this dangerous propaganda. Israel, stop this dangerous propaganda. No wonder Ben Shapiro hated it. 626 goes, let's talk about, what is it called? The Daily Mail or whatever. The Daily Wire. Yeah. That's funny. No, yeah, world's gone mad. It's all good. Grab a microphone and make a fucking joke. Grab some face paint and clown along with me, dude. That's all you can do. Corn sweat. Yeah, corn sweat. How do you say that? Corn sweet, corn sweat, corn sweat. I'm from Canada. We just got farms and igloos up over here. The release is the Great Malenko. First email. Tony, throw flutes are great. Not letting The Rock do any more movies will save DCU. His movie wasn't so bad. It's just the fact it came out 5 years later than it should have, realistically. And then also it tried to bite from like every superhero movie. So it was just like a stew of fucking all the different movies, like what was good about each one, kind of. And it was like, all right, buddy, but if it came out in like middle of the peak MCU and was a Marvel movie, people would have loved it. But DCU's been a mess. I'm glad Gunn stepped it up. So anyways, let's get into some fucking, no disrespect to anyone, chat. My cheap ass will pay for my one membership of my bro. Don't just hit like or dislike or whatever. Okay. And fucking, you know what I mean? You're good, bro. We still love you. You're still valued here at PWT. It was just Super Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know what movie you're talking about now because I named like 5. So you're going to have to come more specific than that. But I started watching Creature Commandos. Anyways, guys, over 200 of you in here. Let's get into some news, I suppose, right? I was so bummed out. I didn't even... I am, man, honestly. Well, not overall. Like, obviously, WWE's really exciting right now. The whole is Seth working or not is amazing. That's just like... Because we have an update on that too. Let's talk about something we're popping for here. We have an update on, like, you guys told me on the member show, we'll fill the best sports clinic and whatever's in Alabama. Okay, he didn't even get it checked out though. He's claiming, we'll talk about it in a bit. Seth's claiming some shit, and I'm like, it's a work, dog, but we'll talk about it. Let's get into miscellaneous. Let's do miscellaneous news. Let's not hit this all out of whack here and out of order. Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, Natty Neidhart versus Masha Slamovich, about to slam a bitch. At Bloodsport X1V. So that's 14, right? Are my Roman numerals on port? Nothing's on port here today. Even Elmo did a heel turn this week, guys. We've been all over the place. The world's gone mad, okay? Bloodsport 14, I believe, right? In East Rutherford, New Jersey. Or is East Rutherford and Rutherford two different things? I don't know. I'm from Canada. But, yeah, I'm excited for this one. Natty, we covered it on the show. She's like, I will beat your ass, Masha. Like, she said it during, like, the 2K25 promo she was doing or whatever. And, yeah, man, I told y'all, this match is one we will absolutely see. Without question, and it's going down on Bloodsport. awesome. And it would be sweet if Masha takes all, if she beats JC Jane. I wouldn't be mad at all. And I think WWE should do that. It would shut a lot of the fucking critics up behind the scenes, pardon me, in the IWC. Speaking of behind the scenes, though, Maya Lesnar makes it official with NFL linebacker from the San Francisco 49ers, Drew Moss, dude. Round of applause and congrats to Maya Lesnar. They will fucking put their children on NIL deals the minute they're conceived, okay? That's what WWE should do. Absolutely. And does Maya Lesnar ever get NIL'd? I don't know. I actually don't know. I think Brock, like, everyone gets bit by the bug, but I think Brock is smart enough to be like, just don't do it. You know, the wrestling business is fucking silly compared to if you can parlay this into other shit. Especially for a woman. Like, Lord only knows how he came up and seen how some of the women were treated, and allegedly, I'm not trying to get into all that, but hey, it was the shits, according to some. But yeah, man, congrats to her, and congrats to Drew Moss. Any 49ers fans in the chat, let me know. So, in our last bit of miscellaneous news, Maki Ito's new gun review, the cutest in the world meets the gun. So she's here in America shooting guns. Let's take a look. We've been checking in with Maki Ito lately. I'm a fan of Maki Ito, and hopefully we see more of her on PWT.
Hello, motherfuckers. I'm the cutest in the world, MacLeod. Okay, so I was in Texas, so I shot a gun. I hear gunshots for the first time, but maybe I've heard it somewhere. Oh, I remember. That's Philadelphia. I was told very carefully. Okay, now it's time to shoot. Wow. Look at my face.
And her power stance, too, dude. Hell yeah, she's ready.
Wow. Look at my face. America has unique experience. Thank you, fuck you all.
Ha!
Hello, motherfuckers.
I love it. I love Maki Ito, and that's fucking awesome that she was Buck Blauin. Any shooters in the chat? But for real, I mean, it is a very more of a Western thing, and there you go. She's there eating it up, and yeah, my type of gal right there. Okay, so that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news, more like quick-alaneous news. Am I right?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Speaking of bad news, Mike Sausalese for 2 says, Phil, the join link isn't working. People can't join. Are you talking about the Discord, or are you talking about a membership on the YouTube channel? Again, you got to come a little more specific than that. But please let me know, chat, and I apologize. Was it Discord or the Who Day cancel her for violence? 49ers, Niners, baby. Discord, YouTube. They're saying both things. Updated Discord right there. Lincoln Hawk has the update. That's how you get in our Discord. Okay. There you go. And the join link should work. They're in the descriptions if you're trying to become a member. And we're talking 99 cents Canadian. Okay. You're American. That's like 50 cents American. Not that much, but it might as well be. So let's move along. We have TNA news, okay? We're going to preview Slammiversary here. Preview show for Slammiversary right here, man. Okay, so here we go. So TNA opened up more sections earlier this week, a couple days ago. They opened up more sections for Slammiversary. So, guys, they're in like, what, a 20,000 seater, right? But they set up for 4,000. They blew past that. So now they're set up for 5,200. There's only 700 tickets left for that, 789. 4 days until show. The number of seats on map now are 16,000. So they're in like a 20,000 seater, which what I heard early on, and again, I'm not a fucking dirt sheet, so I just shoot straight with you guys. But what I heard from poking around was they consider 4,000 people like a huge success. Again, we've been chronicling this, but in case it's anyone's first time listening or you haven't caught up in a while, they considered 4K a huge success. Like 4K or more is like a massive W. 8K would be like, whoa, you know, and I had thrown that out there and I was like, when they do 8K and shit, you know, I don't just talk out of my ass. So I was like 8K. So like 8K for them would be like, whoa, you know what I mean? That's kind of what was in their minds. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm just making that up. I just invented that, let's say. But guys, they did 4,400 set up for 52. If they blow past that, there's only a few days left. I'm not saying they're going to hit the 8K, but hey, man, this is a fucking big deal for TNA. This is huge. I do kind of wish they were in a bit of a smaller building, but they did this for like, hey, what if? You know, what if 10K show up and we can't provide the seating for that? Like, what if? You know, so I like, if you build it, they will come. I like their Field of Dreams there, but it's a huge success. Round of applause for TNA. Rose like a phoenix from the ashes. So I definitely am just excited for them, and I can't wait for this show. And I've been putting it over for a long while now, and I've been saying you do not want to miss this fucking Slammiversary. And we're going to get into a bit of why in just uno momento. But yeah, I'm curious, like, for non-wrestling. So days until show 4, total number of seats on map, 16,251. Okay, so that would mean that there's like the 12,000 left, you know, even less than that. Cheapest available. So like for $50, guys, go, right? Like $50, you'll have a fucking good time and you'll see likely some WWE superstars. Just being honest, right? And we have a couple teases of that. UBS Arena capacity. I am curious now. I know we looked this up. Okay, so it can accommodate 19,000. Yeah, so I think someone was like, it's a 20,000 seater online. So, I mean, there you go. I do wish they ran a smaller building. But like, is there a 10K seater around there that would have did better? That's like locations, everything too. So I don't fucking know, but I want to give them their props. I know it's like easy to look at this, and if this was AEW, you know, people would be like, oh, tarp-aversary, you know. But it's not like they do this all the time where they get a building way out of their means of filling and then they don't. So they get a pass, okay? And that's and if you want to say that's shilling shit, whatever, I think that's completely consistent logic the way I broke it down. If AEW like never did a big building that they couldn't fill, and then once in a while they went to a big one, I'd applaud them. But they always do the big buildings, then once in a while they do the small residencies. So it gets shitted on, right? Just like WWE got shitted on. I didn't have a pod then, but I shitted on it for doing the same shit AEW's doing now and tarping off buildings when WWE was in a lull as well, right? Amongst me and my buds. But yeah, man, shout out TNA for that and opening. Hopefully they, you know, succeed 5,000. I think that would be amazing. Speaking of amazing, the bad man, the GOAT, Myron Reed, in a TNA roster page update has been added to the TNA roster along with his OG Rascals brethren. I would love to see these 3 Rascals versus Wesley and his 2 goons in a fucking match at whatever the invasion. We saw it. If you guys watched NXT, NXT&A, the fucking system, we got to see Eddie Edwards on WWE TV, okay? And Eddie, like, I'm talking, the system ran out and they cleared house and they like get a pop, man. The system's like baby faces for TNA. What WWE's done brilliantly and how they booked this thing brilliantly is that TNA is the baby faces to TNA, but in the certain angle when it comes to tricking them. And Dark State, like Dark State's baby faces to no one. So that's why they're the good tweeners, right? But the TNA guys, even if you want to boo them in NXT and you're an NXT loyalist, they're like over as the TNA guys. And then in TNA, the NXT folks are like overall, like the authority of it all, Robbie E and all that shit, Robert Stone, like it's heel, they're heel. Like Trick's a heel guy who's got their belt. But then you have like, okay, Ariana Grace can be a babyface in this circumstantial. They booked it so well and consistent to where they're able to do that as well. Like Joe Hendry gets cheered everywhere. Ariana Grace gets cheered everywhere, let's say. Maybe even booed more in NXT. But you know what I mean? Like she can fight Tessa Blanchard in TNA and they're still like, fuck Tessa, but they're still backing TNA and Mike Santana on their show. That's still their guy. But then like the system runs in and NXT folks are like, fuck them. But they just beat the shit out of Dark State, who we hate, who's technically NXT. But like on TNA, they're still going to boo the system because fuck those guys. And even if they are going more in the babyface direction, it's all been built up to like they're keeping across both TNA and NXT. They're not like fucking up this guy's story over here to tell this guy's story over here. Fucking awesome work, man. And now we have another member of the Rascals joining up. And yeah, the Rascals with Myron Reed. Hopefully they take on Wesley and his guys, his group of bad guys there. And yeah, that's what we got to look forward to there with this war, this crossover. Speaking of war, speaking of crossover, TNA president Carlos Silva dishes on the partnership between WWE and TNA right now and whether they work more with Triple H or HBK. Shout out Robbie Fox at Robbie Barstool and shout out Barstool Sports. And yeah, let's take a look at this here.
And how did the partnership with...
And shout out Carlos Silva, by the way, who... again, when they're asking him about the partnership, I'm not shitting on Carlos. Like D'Amore was a big part of that too. Although the current TNA management, like they take the most of the credit, and they have done the most work with them, I guess, like up until this point now, if you factor in like just literal time spent, you know. However, I will say this Carlos guy knows how to answer questions. He's incredibly professional. He's great at promoting TNA. He's honest about, yeah, there's 21,000 people signed up to TNA Plus. It's not like this mysterious lie or people are like, well, how many people are subbed to Honor Club? Like, why does Tony, you know, why is that a thing? You know, like, why isn't that on TNT or something? So he's just very transparent and in the right ways. And he knows how to, he just comes across like a professional businessman. For one, it's so refreshing because even when it comes to like HBK and Triple H and shit, they're putting on a show too, a little bit. At the end of the day, they are working to a degree. Like Triple H, you know, he's been in this business his whole life, right? So HBK knows, like they're beloved, and HBK especially with like the videos he does with the women's locker room all the time and shit. They're just so funny, but at the same time, like they will do the cutthroat carny shit. Like they're wrestlers. So this Carlos Silva gentleman, it's good to see him just like a business dude promoting a wrestling company and not like, and I'm in charge of the creative and wasn't this great, you know?
And how did the partnership with WWE really come about and kind of develop with TNA? Because recently there's been a lot of crossover. Obviously, Joe Hendry appears with the TNA World Championship at WrestleMania. And then something like even Trick Williams beating Joe Hendry for the TNA title on a WWE show. How does all of that develop?
I mean, it started really with Royal Rumble when Joe was part of that, as a surprise there. And then with him being the surprise Randy opponent at WrestleMania, I think it was just the beginning of it. And we've just continued to cultivate how we want to work together or how we want to move things up and down and even sideways in the case of AAA. It's just been great working with everyone, whether it's working with Shawn Michaels and Johnny down at NXT on a weekly basis and, you know, including, you know, Nick and Paul on the WWE side. That just been very supportive of what we do to continue to bring surprises and new storylines to the fans. And I think it's working really well.
Say something like the TNA World Championship getting dropped on NXT. Are you working more and dealing more when talking about that with Sean, or with like, is that like a Hunter and Nick decision?
It's all, but we do deal directly with Sean and Johnny at NXT.
And that's how it should be, you know? And then Triple H, when there's something like when it's even with the Joe Hendry, it's all about establishing relationships too, right? So infamously, I can point to like in the UFC, when the Fertitta brothers left the UFC, when it sold and went, you know, for like billions or whatever. And then Dana White got, like, he advanced in his career and they kept him on and fucking he's on the board and all that. The Fertittas took their money and took off, you know? And once they left, a lot of the fighters were like, fuck, I don't even talk to Dana White, you know, or like me and Dana don't even get along. So it's also good that, you know, they have Sean is tasked with like, he's really developing the future, man. And he's one of the greats. Like, he ain't out there partying, doing planks on the floor of a bar like Ric Flair. He's out there developing the future. And he's one of the greats in the business, you know, is outside of the ring shit aside. You know, it's like, we're so blessed as wrestling fans, and TNA's, I mean, it's got to be awesome just working with Sean. I mean, working with Triple H, he's spinning a million plates already. He doesn't need to talk to Triple H, you know?
No, I mean, as you've seen over
guess who? Yeah, he talks to Sean, and guess who talks to Triple H? Sean. So there you go.
The last couple of weeks on the CW, I mean, every show, including last night, is featured something building towards Slammiversary. And then you get some really great things, like you have WWE on social media posting it and saying, you know, TNA Slammiversary coming July 20th. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better partner to put all that together to drive us to this three-way match between, you know, Trick and Santana and Joe. I mean, it's going to be great.
It's great. It's going to be great. Well, he did just end it with this is great at the end. But speaking of great, Mike Santana had a lot to say on the Ariel Helwani show about his time in WWE, his time in AEW. We have more of those clipped, and it's so awesome to see Mike Santana on the Ariel Helwani show. I know some people don't like Ariel, but man, he at least promotes the shit out of people that like deserve it, man. Like, who else gives shine like this to TNA fucking guys, you know? And he's getting over. And I told you, it's not a coincidence I'm saying that over here. And fucking then all of a sudden he shows up on NXT and the crowd's going fucking nuts. And I'm like, told you, now he's on Ariel. And what's next for this guy? I think he's going to be the guy to beat Trick. I don't even think it's going to be Joe Hendry. So he talks to Ariel. This is a long clip, and we have other quotes. We're not going to watch this whole clip right now, but let's take a listen here to Mike Santana, and then we're going to preview Slammiversary 2020 Sank.
I struggled for a long time. Like, I had a very tough childhood and upbringing, and so a lot of the things that I went through as a kid, I never really dealt with, you know, because I was taught to you go through it, keep it pushing. You know, I wasn't.
Like, what kind of stuff were you dealing with?
As far as a kid, a lot of abuse.
Oh, wow.
A lot of you know, drugs were prevalent in my home.
Did you partake?
As a kid, no.
Okay.
No. It was just so my mom's ex-husband, he was a drug addict, and he lived at home with us. So there was a lot of that going on and a lot of abuse taking place. And also, you know, even before that, like, you know, unfortunately, drugs and alcohol is something that runs in my family, and it's something that I've dealt with since I was very young. So dealing with the effects of that, right? Having guardians who, you know, are essentially drug addicts. So dealing with a lot of stuff like that. But
damn, dude, and he powered through. Look at him now. Look at me now. Looking for a way to get off the block. Said, look at me now. This life I'm living must stop. No, but for real, dude. Fucking A. I love that he's blowing up and he got over on his own. And I always thought he was going to be stuck in like LAX. You know, you look at the Lucha Bros, you're like, oh, they could be singles. They, you know, you look at tag teams sometimes and you're like, oh, this dude could have a singles run. But just like the Dudley Boys, like I always thought I never thought Bully Ray would come out of You know, even Edge and Christian, you're like, oh yeah, those guys. Even the Hardys, you just saw how popular Jeff got, even though he's a brother. You're like, and how he was unique to Matt still. And Matt was kind of funky and cool, but like Jeff was still even funkier and cooler. You're like, oh yeah, that guy could go. I always just thought, oh, he'll always be like an LAX, him and Ortiz. Santana and Ortiz, we don't even know their first names. We just know them as, you know, for whatever reason. And just look at him. It makes you proud, you know?
Yeah, I wouldn't say like
that wasn't to diminish him either, by the way. Some guys like Animal Hawk, you're just Animal Hawk, like you're way deadlier as a team. That's what I'm saying too. Like, I'm not saying that to diminish him. I'm saying I never could picture Bubba Ray without Devon getting the tables. Even when they split them up, it was goofy and they put them back together after like a year or whatever, you know? So that's what I'm getting at. It's not that fucking, he's not good or anything. I was a huge LAX fan, huge Proud and Powerful fan, but just saying like, and in early AEW too, when he was in that crew with Jericho and that, I mean, that was over. What was that? The Jericho Appreciation Society. He had the Inner Circle, I think. Yeah, he had all these different factions, man. Fucking Jericho.
Like, I mean, I started smoking as a teenager, you know, the normal teenager stuff or whatever. But
and here, so we get the picture. I'm just going to skip, not that like I don't care about his story, but this is a long clip. I just want to go ahead a bit and catch up with like what he says at the end, because it was really powerful what he said about like, well, basically he says, in case we skip over it, he's like, I didn't party to have fun or because of injuries and shit. He's like, I partied because I was trying to forget about like my life and stuff, which is, I don't know. It's just a touching story.
All over the place. So what happens? Poor kid from the street. You try to find love and family in the street, and that's what happened. But then, yeah, it was whatever. But then after my dad passed away, that's because everything that I went through before then that I never dealt with, him passing away was like the soda bottle finally like burst. And it was
the fucking Mentos in the Coke Zero is what he's saying there.
Much, right? So my dad, he struggled. He was also blind, so he dealt with depression a lot. So I didn't, as a kid, you don't understand these things, right? So in my head, I'm like, why is this dude such an asshole sometimes, you know? But thankfully, as I got older and I started experiencing my own depression and anxiety and struggles with certain things, I started to understand him a little more. And then finally, when I was older, after I had my daughter, I finally built up the courage to sit him down and ask him and have a real serious heart-to-heart talk. And that was it. That was the moment that he wanted me to understand him. And
fuck, man, that's intense, bro. That is intense. Here, we're jumping ahead a little bit here.
One of the main things that he told me that affected him deeply, not just his blindness, not just him not being able to make his dreams come true. He struggled a lot with, he felt like he couldn't be the father that he wanted to be. And that ate him up, you know. And one thing that I'm glad that I told him was his presence was the greatest present that he could have ever given me.
Damn.
And yeah, from there it was amazing. That was
fuck, man.
Like my big brother.
This guy needs to win the world title on Sunday, dude. Give him the strap.
At all this shit.
Oh yeah. I can't imagine you headlining at UBS. Is he on your mind a lot this week? Yeah.
Oh,
especially
give
in
him
New York.
The strap, dude.
And I'm sorry for the emotion. Do you want Kleenex? You good? I'm sorry, man. I know how much you're close to him, and you had a great post about being at MSG and the things that he said to you about taking you to see that. I think this is what it was. What a great line this is. That day he pulled me aside and said, "It's crazy how all those years ago I brought you to see all your favorite wrestlers, and here I am today coming to see my favorite wrestler."
That shit lives with me.
Yeah, no, I know, man. I know for sure. And so when
damn, so him wrestling at MSG was like Oh, dude, that shit is intense, man. His story, everything, the way he's been able to get over, the way he got asked for his release. I just wanted to share some of that. There's 2 minutes left. It's intense. It's deep. Guys, go. I implore you, go and check out the Ariel Helwani show. We have some more clips, some more quotes. Actually, I'll read some. There might be some more audio clips in WWE and AEW news. I hope they strap him up. I mean, I'm sure I wasn't the first because there's some diehard hardcore TNA fans out there, but like a week ago or so, I was like, man, he might be they should just throw the strap on him. The more and more we're seeing, the more and more that should happen. He just has a brilliant story. He got his release from AEW, thank God. And because look, and now he's doing his own shows in Puerto Rico now too. I believe he's putting them on. If I'm wrong about that, okay. I'm like 99% sure it's him putting these shows on in Puerto Rico as well. So hopefully we see more of that. And it's not to shit on Hendry, but think about it. Trick is the full-blood NXT guy. Hendry is a mix now. He's a mix of we all know he's there. We all know he's going there. He's locked in with WWE. So when we get to the point where Hendry has to choose either WWE or TNA when his contract's up, we know it's obviously going to be WWE, and he's already doing, which he's locked in, man. Okay. But maybe he could extend his TNA, but why would he do that, right? You want to go make the big bucks, clock's ticking. It's obviously he's going to go to WWE. I think he'll be on the main roster. And this NXT stuff was the proof of concept. This was the experiment of Joe Hendry right here on NXT. This is his NXT run. That's my opinion. But if we're looking at things, Santana's the TNA guy through and through, and he fully represents TNA right now out of those three guys. And I think he's so popular, it's undeniable. That's why they had to put him in that match. It's not about Joe Hendry getting his comeuppance anymore. It's fucking Santana. Santana, spelt TNA, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, he puts the team on his back, and that was TN fucking A news. Actually, it wasn't. We're going to preview Slammiversary. So here we go. We have Masha Slamovich with Lei Ying Lee, so formerly Xia Li, and Xia Brookside, who now has her name. So Xia Li, right? Hey-o. And they will be teaming up. Here, let me just present this again because it's saying that audio. I guess there's no audio on Wikipedia, but doesn't matter. Anyways, so yeah, Xia Li in the corner of Masha Slamovich representing TNA, but realistically, Xia Li just came over from WWE, but whatever, I digress. Taking on JC Jane with Fallon Henley and Jasmine Nix, of course, for the Knockouts and TNA title versus title. Crazy that JC Jane is the one in this match, title versus title. Hey, you think of all the NXT people or people in WWE, this is a big title for title, winner takes all. Like, you'd think that would be like a Julia job or a Stephanie or a Jordan Grace, maybe even. But I could totally see Grace having to fight Slamovich because they've had matches in the past. They've had bangers that I could see WWE being like, okay, let's finish off your guys's. How many bouts have they had? 4 or 3, I think. Let's finish. Let's finish your guys's best of 5 or whatever out in NXT and give a classic at whatever, Stand and Deliver or what, the SummerSlam card or whatever the fuck, right? I could even see Jordan Grace coming out during this match. I mean, she is more distracted with Blake Monroe, though. So who's on JC's radar? But that it doesn't mean that Jordan's fully just let go of like getting the NXT title either, right? So we'll see. But I would expect. Here's the thing with TNA. Their PLEs especially will have like lots of run-ins. They'll change a match to a 6-man tag in the middle of the event. They'll fucking, it's not as bad as AEW, as far as if we're to compare those two, as far as like, or even a WWE sometimes, I guess, like as far as, like it's predictable, what's going to happen. But, at TNA PLEs, they'll add a match the night of. They'll add like I just said, they'll be like, oh, this is now turned into a 6-man tag. like out of nowhere, or there'll be a crazy debut. They'll do like a first class segment or something with AJ Francis, and then some like the Miz will show up or something great. You know, maybe not the Miz. I could totally see AJ Styles at this thing. I could totally see some fucking people showing up though, just even to be like, hey, whatever, you know. I don't expect anyone to get physical. But I could totally see someone coming out to just pop the fucking crowd enormously. Maybe even a couple times. Maybe one for the ladies, maybe a couple for the ladies, one time for the guys. But either way, okay, Masha and JC Jane throwing down. I say you put the strap on Masha. Now, I didn't lock my picks in. If I'm going to go live Sunday, then maybe I'll lock them in WWE one day in the next few years, because she is awesome, and Killer Kelly too. Bring her along. Bring the whole gang. They got Myron Reed's back in TNA along with Killer Kelly, and she's there again too, beefing Slamovich on the TNA side. So let's fucking see it. Let's see a brawl happen. Kelly runs out, gets involved in this. I'm marking out. It's awesome. The Elegance brand. So Ash, and they have a name. I like the Elegance brand. Ash by Elegance, Heather by Elegance, and M by Elegance with their personal concierge. Okay, and they'll be taking on the Inspiration, the Iconics, Cassie Lee, and Jessica McKay. So this match here, I mean, I would suspect the Inspiration win the tag team titles again. And then I suspect we see them start to cross over on NXT and stuff using the Inspiration name. They won't use the Iconic, you know. That will be maybe like if they go to the main roster again one day or something like that. I don't know. TNA does these deals that are like 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. You know, we have this much TV taping, so this much appearances, you know, and you'll be done them in a month though if you do our tapings or whatever. That sort of shit. So we will see, and they've recently said that they've found success doing that, which they have. So we will see as far as like, are the Inspiration, are they in long-term deals, right? They came back, but is this them just, hey, we're here for 3 months. Okay, win the knockout titles. We're crossed over with NXT. You can talk to Shawnee. Like, I don't really know how that's all worked out, but it's an open door between WWE and TNA. We know that. And other indies as well. TNA's down with, well, you can work for us and go work indies too and shit. With WWE, they're going to just lock you up. So I don't know, but I want to see the Iconics just back on the main roster and shit. I felt like their run got cut short. I feel like they got split up too early. I feel like the tag titles were never taken that seriously, and they're taken more seriously now as far as the women are concerned in WWE. And I think they are a team that should have like a real run with those motherfuckers and shout them. But the TNA Knockouts World title, awesome. Let's see them float back and forth. It's the TNA invasion, and it's happening more and more where we're seeing like, okay, we got fucking 7 TNA dudes holding down the NXT ring. At what point does Obafemi go, we're not going to do that, you know? No, I don't give a fuck. Dark State, whatever, you know? Like, here's me and Omos are going to, right, chat? I'm going to will that into existence, dude. Omos and Obafemi. And they clear out the entire TNA locker room, dude. And Dark State. Goldberg style. Let's see it, dude. Goldberg and Sting style. Back to back. Fucking. Anyways, yeah, I hopefully the Inspiration win this title. I think that's the move. Or do you just say fuck that and we stick with our Elegance because they're getting over? And shout out Dana Brooke, who really reinvented herself, and she had a vision for this Ash by Elegance thing, and it's coming to fruition with her faction here, which I like a lot. So Mustafa Ali takes on Cedric Alexander. Again, Prime Alexander signed with TNA. You know that they're just going to recreate their 205 Live. If you guys were down with the Cruiserweight Classic, the 205 Live era, that was like where the Uber Smarks would gather for like real graps until AEW was a thing. You know what I mean? So that was the real graps, quote unquote, under the WWE banner. And the crowds didn't really give a shit. And it used to get mocked, like ROH and Collision gets mocked after they tape it after Dynamites, how everyone would leave. It would get mocked the exact same way 205 Live would. And you and these sicko assholes are now crying when it happens to AEW. Meanwhile, they're the same people, I guarantee, who were mocking or were like defending 205 Live probably at the time too. Actually, it's probably more like it. But either way, Mustafa Ali and Cedric Alexander, this match will be, again, if you're a fucking sicko out there and you're like, like if you're not tuning into this match and being like, man, TNA fucking, you're faking the funk. You're just a Tony Khan AEW cultist. The same way y'all expose yourselves with New Japan shit and dissing to ads on the fucking rings. And it's like, well, I thought you guys all like New Japan, you know? So this match will be like one for the ages. If Meltzer isn't drooling like, 42 stars, Brian, it's like he's faking the funk. He's full of shit. Tessa Blanchard taking on Indy Hartwell. Okay, in a singles match. And again, they're keeping Tessa away from that title. Why? Because her name can give them money singles matches with just her name. So her versus Indy, that's a big, she's the hog champ. She's got a couple titles on the indies. And she just came over from WWE using the same name. I suspect this will be a really good match. Who do I pick? I'm not sure. I think Tessa got the W. Or did Tessa lose in that match with like Santino and shit? Yeah, she did, huh? So she'll probably get a W over Indy. I say, Tessa, you give her the W over Indy for sure. It's just the right thing to do. Tessa's TNA's girl. It's just the right thing to do. So the Nemeths, Nick and Ryan versus the Hardys versus the Rascals versus First Class in a 4-way tag team ladder match for the TNA World Tag titles. Now, I'm curious here. I think it's going to go to either the Rascals or First Class. The Hardys, I think, will be done with if they're not done with TNA after this, it won't be long after this. Like maybe they're at the next tapings, but I do not think they are with TNA much longer than this. Unless, like I said, though, they'll do 3-month deals and shit, like 90-day, you sign for 90 days. So they could easily just sign one of those. But yeah, someone should look into that. And then the Nemeths, I think they'll both be sticking around TNA, but I think you're priming Nemeth up to get back into the world title picture, maybe feud his brother. Which I don't know if his brother's down to do that because he's just trying to stay relevant and over as he can, and he does that by being attached to Nick there. But yeah, I could definitely see them trying to get Nemeth back in that like world title, big name match, maybe X Division even. But you just kind of want him back in that. Although he has elevated the tag titles, the Hardys won't win this. There's no way. And this has got to go. Now, the reason I think the Rascals is because they just brought Myron Reed back in. And like those are, again, they're TNA through and through and through. TNA through and through and through. Although AJ and Navarro, if they win it as well, that would be awesome. I just love their shtick. I love their gimmick. I love everything Francis has done. He's gotten an over. KC Navarro, I think, is amazing. And yeah, I think that this 4-way ladder match will be fun, although I'll just be hoping that the Hardys don't die throughout the whole thing, but they'll be good. And again, just to lend to what I said before, the Dudleys, so sorry, I'm getting a text. The Hardys and the Dudleys and ENC and shit, like Tony Khan would have for sure put that together. He tried to re-sign Devon. He would have brought the Dudleys in and fucking, I guarantee, tried to have them do a fucking tables match with the Hardys or whatever the fuck. And the Hardys do this in every company they're in, or once every like 10 years or 5 years, they have a 4-way or 3-way tag match with, like, they did it with the Wolves. They did it with what other teams? Like when Matt went on that run, like the Broken Universe too. They fucking won like every tag title ever. Oh, the Bucks. right? They always get to a point and they go, okay, we're going to have like another TLC, whatever match and just kind of pass the torch on. So I think the torch gets passed to the Rascals. Do you guys get my mentality behind why I'm picking them? That's how I'm trying to explain this here. It's always like they passed it on to the Wolves. They passed it to the Bucks. It's like, okay, they're going to pass it to fucking Miguel and Wentz here. I just think that's the appropriate thing to do. And I'd love to just see the Rascals fully in NXT. You know, like Wesley in his time with MSK or whatever, they got it just all got cut short. And like MSK is cool, but just the Rascals is so much cooler of a name and just a gimmick. And when the four of them are together, it's fucking awesome. But moving along here, Moose versus Leon Slater. So Leon Slater, man, he's really been getting himself over and they're really behind him and pushing him. And Leon Slater is how you build up a young fucking star. Like everyone in this chat might not be super behind Leon Slater. But at the same token, you know, Moose is gonna probably, well, I don't know. Are we gonna get 10 title changes? Moose could pass a torch here. I could see Moose hanging on to this belt actually, but Leon Slater having a good showing. But at the same time, just pull the fucking trigger on Leon Slater, give him the belt, try and make a moment and build a star here. That's the way to do this. And he's had that belt for so long. Again, Moose, another guy, it would be cool to see him like in the world title picture, although he's elevating the X division, I guess. But every once in a while that happens where a guy fucking goes from the heavyweight division and then he's like, I'm just going to run with the X division type. Kurt Angle did it. Everyone fucking did it. So, sorry, I'm gonna put Dynamite on. I didn't have it on. I mean, what did I miss the first 10 minutes, chat? So then we have Trick Williams, Joe Hendry, Mike Santana. I told y'all what I think. I think Mike Santana is going to be the world champion coming out of this in LA. Where is this again? Yeah, sorry, UBS. So it's the only move, I think, after hearing his story, after seeing how over he is with both, NXT and TNA audiences, how he's gotten himself over, how he's able to cut a promo, how he can work, big guys, small guy, whatever the fuck he put on weight, all of that shit. What is it on again? TBS? Oh, yeah. I always fucking forget. Or is it on TNT? No, TBS. Yeah. Fuck's sake. See, guys, this is what I'm talking about. What did I miss? So that, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that was my preview and fumbling around of getting AEW on of TNA news, chat. Where's the banjo? Round of applause. And New York, sorry, they're going to be in. I know. I'm fumbling around. Largest gate in AEW history. Yeah, so surely the fucking shill media will. Sorry, I'm just talking shit on Twitter. AEW celebrating their largest gate in history. Surely the sickos and non-biased media will cover this the same way they do when WWE does the same. What did I miss in the first 10 minutes? And why didn't they open the show with this, chat? What am I missing? Let's see. 100K social media followers. Harley Cameron's back. What happened? Gay gate. I'm surprised Ospreay didn't come out and French kiss him. Jesus Christ. That's embarrassing. What happened? Yeah, someone just briefly described. It sounds very homoerotic so far. Too bad I missed it. You missed Hangman giving the same promo he has forever. Okay, and then they're doing all this. Why didn't they open the show with this, celebrating all their accolades and showing the TV show and all that? Like all the shit that happened, the TV show, showing all the stuff that happened at Dynamite and all that. That's how it seems like you should start the television show, right? Instead of recapping after Hangman talks, but they're so stupid. They think that showing Hangman talk and the crowd go, oh, will make, like, they think their crowd is deadlier than WWE's or what? They think people will go, man, we should turn in for this. No, they should have showed this and showed everyone what they missed out on. Let's say you're channel surfing, you're like, oh, they put on this huge event. What is this, like WWE level stuff? But instead, they just start with Hangman in an 1,100 seater room. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. They can't. So Excalibur's going, no, Matt and Nick Jackson. They can't push us around and bully us, Tony, into calling them Matthew and Nicholas anymore. Cringe, man. I'm cringing out of my fucking skin right now. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's move along here. And let's get into some more news. Let's see what's going on. Damn, we had people tune out of this show after I started stop talking TNA. There you go, dude. TNA's a fucking draw. Okay. Only 53 likes. Let's see how many are watching over on the Clips channel. Guys, there's 300 watching, only 130 on YouTube, but only 53 likes. So make sure you run those fucking likes up, okay? If we get to 200 likes, this is what it'll be. If we get to 200 likes over on the PWT Clips channel, I'll fucking stream TNA Slammiversary instead of a super chat goal. So let's go youtube.com/PWT Clips. Let's get to fucking 200 likes and 7K subs on that channel. youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips, and then I'll live watch along TNA Slammiversary. Let's get to 7K likes or 7K subs and 200 likes on the video. Okay. And then I'll live stream Slammiversary on Sunday. Okay. And we have until Sunday to get to the 7K likes. That's the subs. Okay. That's the deal. So George, write that because I just bumblefucked it as I watch Kyle Fletcher enter this movie theater or whatever they're in tonight after their biggest gate and everything ever. Lucy's back. Where's Lucy? Hey, what's up? Okay, so let's get into news. We have news. Since we're watching AEW, let's get into the AEW. Or no, we were talking WWE, so let's get into the WWE news because it ties to TNA. So WWE news, ladies and gentlemen. Let me hit a breaking. Let me hydrate a little bit. You know what? Let me have a drink. You know what? I'm going to have a little sip. I know it's Wednesday, but God damn it. Oh, it's been one of those days, you know. I have some whiskey in my desk. Okay, that's what I needed. Okay. Take the edge off a bit. Who's with me? Hey, it's 6:30 almost where I'm at, so let's go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for WWE. Okay, so Goldberg says, I would have loved for them. Well, I'll play it. He was also on the Ariel Helwani show. Here is what Goldberg had to say. Look at that fucking condescending, schmarmy ass look on his face. This is what he had to say after his beautiful, brilliant send-off that we put over so well.
You know, I would have loved for them to announce it in January and have a build up to it and do something like that I thought was maybe worthy of my career. But let's just say that they chose to do it with 3 weeks notice. And, you know, it is what it is, man. It's part of the package. It's part of the meal that you get dealt. And if you would be, I would be remiss in thinking that I thought the meal would be different, but it was shame on me for thinking that it would have been different. Don't you love the way that I've been able to navigate my words?
Yeah, no, you're fantastic at it. You're fantastic.
Yeah. And then Ariel just marking out. Oh, you're fantastic. Adrenaline in my soul. MLB post. WWE superstar Cody Rhodes gave out the home run derby belt to Cal Raleigh in his hometown of Atlanta. So over like Rover. Here's another Goldberg clip as he dips. Dip, I dip, you dip. Dip, I dip, you dip, I dip. Swerve. Goldberg offers an apology to Gunther. And I hate that Goldberg's like, yeah, I laughed at his chop because it wasn't even. I didn't even think it would feel like anything. And it's like, bro, A, he chopped you once because that's all you'd agree to, right? B, why do this? Why pull the curtain back? Why be like, I meant no disrespect. I thought it would hurt more. Like you've never had a chop. Oh, this guy thinks he's the tough chopper guy, right? I'd fuck him up. Like he still has that shitty mentality, that shitty. I think, chat, and you guys vote in the poll, youtube.com/@prowrestletimes or clips. Make sure you guys, if you're on X, you come on over to YouTube, okay? Vote in the poll. I think Goldberg trying to get a match in AEW because he knows the money's there. Barry Bloom, there's that connection, and he knows that he could just get a one-off bag for an all-in at Wembley or some shit like that. And I think he's just saying, I'm retired, but I'm not retired. And I think he's going to go and try and get a match in AEW or use it to levy another match where he walks in, wrestles one of their big names in W. Like he wants to go out on a win. It's like Flair, too. Like, I love Flair. He's one of the GOATs, but he had to go out on a win during his last match with Andrade. I was there, and I brought my new chew. And I was there. I was dressed like one. It was, oh, come on, Eric. That's not very fair to say you missed Ric Flair's last match, which you can still order on Replay pay-per-view for a great deal. Only $29.99. And you get the roast, too, with Earl Skakel. No, I'm off the hinges now. I took a shot. That's why. Listen. But like Flair, him and Andrade had to win that tag match. Like he couldn't go out on his back against HBK, you know? You always lay down. It's the time-honored tradition. And Goldberg did it for Gunther, thank God. And he's a mark for that MMA shit. So when it's like, no, Gunther's a shooter. He's going to RNC you, dude. He's going to rear naked choke you. You know Gunther's down. Or Goldberg's down, you know? I actually called it out. I was clipping a show, and I was like, what's Gunther going to do? Choke him out? And then I was like, well, you know what? If Gunther finishes him, I bet it'll be a choke out because Gunther, I literally said that Goldberg's a mark for that MMA shit, the way Undertaker is for Brock. I actually heard that on a clip I was clipping the other day. So a good call by your boy Phil, but at the same token, let's listen to what he has to say. He's pulling the curtain. He's like mocking. Look at this schmarmy look. Yeah, I mean, in real life, it wouldn't choke me out, but I never fought in the UFC or anything like that. But, you know,
Gunther, you mentioned him for a moment there. I just want to ask, as a dance partner, as you know, a guy who is one of the faces of the company now, what do you think of him, working with him for the first time?
I just really apologize. Number one, I clipped him once with the right hand. And number two,
I potatoed him. I potatoed him. He's kind of gay too. Did you guys see that interview where he's like, oh man, all this gay stuff or whatever he was saying? We covered it on the show. Go back on the show. He's like, I don't know about these he basically was this. He literally in an interview, I think with CVV, was the embodiment of dirtbags and lily pickers.
Wrestling for dirtbags and lily pickers.
He was literally that guy from the movie Ready to Rumble in that interview. He's like, I don't know. It's kind of for softies and queer guys, you know? It's like, dude. But yeah, he's just the way he's sitting there smiling. Yeah, I mean, that guy couldn't choke me out. Huh. You know? What, this soft ass guy? I mean, the choke out, I stiffed him with a right hand, you know? It's like, come on, bro. It was a pro wrestling match. Like, fuck, dude. Yeah, you know, I hit him with the right, like talking like it was an MMA fight. You're on Ariel Helwani. Be humble a little bit. You see pro wrestlers go on there and they're humble. You see Joe Hendry go on there and he doesn't even bring up, oh, I was a quite proficient amateur wrestler. He waits till Ariel brings it up. Look at this fucking face on Goldberg while he's like, you know, I clipped him and his chop, you know, I laughed right in his mush, you know. He's kind of a mamby-pamby butterfly boy, if you catch my drift, right, Ariel? One of those rainbow Rudy twos.
Now, what do you think of him, working with him for the first time?
I just really apologize. Number one, I clipped him once with the right hand. And number two, I laughed when he chopped me, but I didn't know what to expect.
I laughed. Yeah, it's funny. You knew it was coming, and you put that on because you knew how. See, I watched too much MMA, Goldberg, for you to say shit like this. When a guy gets dinged and then he smiles at his opponent and sticks his tongue out and is like, it's because he got tagged. That's why. It stung, and so we all know this, okay? But you're like working, you're doing the carny wrestler thing, which is fine. Am I a little too upset that Goldberg kind of just buried WWE after they gave him such a brilliant send-off? Maybe I am. I don't know. Let's continue.
Because, you know, you feel these chops throughout your career a little bit, and they're loud, man. It looks like they hurt. You look at the skin and...
Yeah, that looks like it hurt, Bill. You're lying. You're either lying or Gunther is so professional and tried to take care of you. And also, you were wrestling dudes who probably took chops. They probably took liberties with chops on you, dude. If Gunther really, like, I just watched Before They Were Famous and Gunther's match in Evolve against, who was it again? What's his name? Why can't I think of it? Either way, he had a Evolve title match, and yeah, dude, the chops, if he was chopping you like that guy, you'd have been all fucked up. Did you guys see that on the Vault Before They Were Famous? They had like a hurricane match and like Cena versus Crash Holly in the WWF. He's wearing the WWF shirt still and shit.
Leaves some good marks, and it's devastating. Look, it's a great work punch, right? But I thought it was going to hurt more. That's all. And it just
I thought it was going to hurt more. So what are you saying? God damn, I don't like that. What are you saying? He can't even look at the camera because he's being such a condescending prick, and he knows that. That's why he's got this shit-eating look on his face like, oh, I mean, they didn't even hurt. Am I right? Ha ha. Gunther, what a pussy. Ha ha ha.
And I didn't mean to do that. And I really apologize because I didn't mean to. That's not a rib.
No one cares.
Trying to, downplay his move, but it caught me off guard.
His ego's legit hurt that he got fake tapped out. Goldberg, go train at any fucking Brazilian jiu-jitsu, any dojo or gym near where you're at, and I'm sure you've rolled with some guys who like to let you feel and look, and like Mark Zuckerberg training boxing, his chin's up in the air. It's like, yeah, I get it. Like, these guys you pay a lot of money to help you feel confident and shit in yourself, but like, go roll, get for real tapped out a bunch, and then you wouldn't have this ego problem where you're worried about your fake tap out.
And
fuck, man, it's crazy.
I completely broke character.
It's a great photo, though. That one that we just showed.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that.
I mean, I know, it's just, I can't believe that I did that. I feel so bad, man, because I love that kid. And to be able to have my last match with him, it was freaking awesome. The kid's extremely talented. And man, would I love to have a chop fest with him and, have 10 more of those matches, because each one you do with him is better. It's like,
no, if you had a chop fest with him, you would have chop fest. You would have let him chop the shit out of you during that match. And you didn't. The story you chose to tell, Goldberg, I'm too smart for your bullshit. This ain't fucking 90s wrestling fan dumb fucks, okay? You did. The story was he chopped me once I laughed, and so for the rest of the match, he's not going to chop me. Gunther's like, fuck this. Then he went after my leg. He attacked my leg because he realized in the moment the chops won't do shit. Then you come on Ariel's show where real world champion fighters come on, and instead of being humble like Joe Hendry, you start talking shit like, oh, yeah, I just ate that. What a gay boy. Am I right? Fucking fair. He couldn't even chop me, right? Probably wears pink. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. This old guy, tough guy shit. Like, you can let it go, bro. You know? You've done enough. I had so much respect for the way Goldberg went out, and then for him to just come and shit all over it, he's for sure going to take a bag from Tony Khan and go, because you know why? Tony will let him fucking squat glorified. This is why Tony Khan will let Goldberg go out there and for 10 minutes squash the shit out of anyone on his roster. He'll let him go out there with Wardlow and squash the shit out of him for 10 minutes straight, just Goldberg doing moves to the guy. That's why. And then he'll take that, and that'll be his retirement.
Having a match with Josh Barnett, probably. You know, you don't have to worry about, you know, where the punch is coming from, whether it's going to be a punch or a knee or an elbow or whatever it is. It's just a barrage. And that's how Steiner used to be. And, you know, it was an
yeah, me and Josh Barnett, we used to shoot. He's just as bad as Hulk Hogan. I don't give a fuck what anybody has to say. Goldberg's just as bad as Hulkster. Yeah, me and Barnett, we used to shoot, man. We used to shoot. I know we were pro wrestling trading, but Josh Barnett, yeah, you know, he'd throw an elbow at me. It wasn't a worked elbow. Josh Barnett couldn't TKO me with elbows right now if he wanted to. We used to train together. I used to roll with the Pride guys in the 70s, brother. What's he going to say next? Call him brother?
Honor to work with the kid, and I really am appreciative of him helping me out and making this old man look, you know, like he could do some stuff.
Yeah, so Blippy, who has children, Blippy trying to do Rhea's stomp, okay? So if you're a parent, some of us are, some of us aren't, that's fine. But Blippy, if you are, you're likely familiar with Blippy, right? There's some of these shows and that are generational, I guess. And Blippy's one of these guys. He's like the Blue's Clues guy. I guess he's not the original Blippy. This is the new Blippy. Okay, if you follow your Blippy lore, but he's here doing the stomp or whatever with Rhea Ripley for Netflix. I guess this is filmed by Netflix, as the watermark would indicate up above here.
Only do a few kicks. Dust the shoes. Only do a few kicks.
So there you go, man. Mainstream, right? So Blippy's one of these dudes. I guess he's one of these kids channels that gets millions and millions of views and whatnot. So, I mean, that's cool. Speaking of Blippy, rather. Sorry, I was going to jump ahead, but we have another Blippy clip. So he's with Jey Uso and he learns how to yeet.
I'm here with WWE superstar Jey Uso.
What's up, Blippy? Oh, man.
Yeah. Can you teach us to do a celebration?
I sure can. Up. Second gesture. Down. Yeah, we're going to do this like at least 100 times.
Yeah, I mean, just like Wu-Tang, man, Usos for the children, and so is WWE. Let's be honest. And notice how Dynamite's WWEing it up tonight. Very much so. And let's see how the sickos praise this show, because they won't keep the same energy. Speaking of Goldberg, though, and not praising shit, my burial of Goldberg continues because he had this to say: a conspiracy's afoot. Here, according to Goldberg. Here, we actually got off track. Let me go down here and let me check in with chat, because I do see I got a super chat. And I don't mean to leave you waiting. For 5 says, in the 80s, the fans didn't know wrestling was fake. In 2025, the wrestlers don't know wrestling is fake. Oh, dude. That's a great fucking super chat. That's a great post. Someone should tweet that out, because that's so good. I hope you have a Twitter. But you're right. You're right. And maybe that's like a Goldberg thing. Like, do you want to put that on Gun? I don't think like Tiffy, she understands it's fake, right? But exactly, like the way people get butthurt over it. You're absolutely right. I love that. Someone should steal that and tweet it. I want to fight Blippy. Well, that's not good. I'd give Blippy a swirly, okay? Did I miss the sicko segment? No, you didn't, dude, because he's a vampire. Is this Nardwar's nephew? Blippy gets more views than AEW. Yeah, exactly. So the Cucamonga kids have aligned with Dong Phallus. Here's the one thing, too. Ricochet comes up and, like, laughs at him. You guys, and it's like, okay, man, there's no, and I give WWE shit this as well, like for this as well. Like there's no babyface heels anymore. It's just fucking everyone's down the line, you know. Remember when Regal shot on him and Goldberg had no idea how to adapt? I do, sir. Matt and Nick Jackson sponsored by Lyft. There you go. Hopefully they get a ride out this bitch. I'm scrolling fast. I went way too high up. Let's go down. Or no, that was good. Yeah, that was good. This is what it would sound like if a bag of hammers could talk. Look at Fletcher's small ears. My God. Why is Fletcher drooling? I don't know, but I like him, okay? And I thought that was a decent TV match for him. No? Or am I wrong? Still trying to put AEW over here, folks. Still trying to do it. Okay, guys, don't forget the goal. Let's get this video, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips to 200 likes, and let's get to 7K subs, and I will live stream on Sunday Slammiversary TNA. Okay, guys, if we can get the channel up to that amount of subs and get the likes for this video up. Goldberg gave a BJ to the, all right, I went too far up officially, except Logan Paul, best heel in wrestling, bar none. Okay, there you go. Let's get back into WWE news. We have more Goldberg, folks. We have more Goldberg. This will just be a treat for me to clip. So Goldberg was on Ariel Helwani's show, and he said that WWE purposefully cut his segment short on Saturday night's main event. Let's hear what he has to say. Let's hear his theory on this. His Austin theory. Da-na-na, da-na-na.
Everything throughout the years have built up to something like the ultimate rib. I guess that was the ultimate rib.
You
right?
think that was intentional? You think that was done on purpose?
I don't know. I'm not saying it was done on purpose by any stretch of imagination. I'm saying that it wasn't prepared for on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, dude. So Goldberg in the clip we just played before is like, yeah, I didn't mean to go off script and laugh at this little fairy guy's chop, right? And then now he's like, now the possibility of like, hey, maybe your match went 2 minutes too long. She going off script. That isn't in his mind at all. It's, oh man, they purposefully, I'm not saying they did it on purpose, but they didn't prepare on purpose, right, Ariel? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's all.
That's all. No, look at that again. Look at the look he gives. I'm not saying it was on purpose, but that Epstein guy, am I right? He didn't am I right? Ariel, like, what is this shit? What are you talking about? What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm not saying it's on purpose, but those frogs are pretty gay. Am I right, Ariel? A lot of chemtrails right now. You know what I'm saying, Ariel? Bro, you just talked about in one thing how you went all off script. So you don't think it could be that you went off script a bit and maybe your match went like 2 minutes over? Because that's all we missed was like 2 minutes. And it's Saturday night main event on NBC. And instead of you saying, no, I'm not doing the match on Saturday night main event, I want my retirement at SummerSlam so that doesn't happen or whatever. Is that on you? Is that shitty of WWE? I don't know. Maybe they do have a beef with you. We know Triple H isn't big and fond of the WCW guys, right? We know that what he did to Sting and all this shit. But at the end of the day, dude, it's you being so sour grapes on the whole thing. And like on Gunther, who doesn't deserve that. If he only came out and said, I don't like how it cut me off. What the fuck is up? Did they do that purposely? I wouldn't even care. But it's the fact that it's this on top of you shitting on Gunther and that farewell and shit, you know? Because they did you so good in that match and you did so good on that match. Then you're crying about the chop and all the shit. If he didn't do that part, he would not be feeling the wrath of Phil Marks right now, okay?
That's all. So, they wouldn't do that to Taker, right? I don't think. They wouldn't. They're not going to do that to Cena. Cena's going around the world doing his.
They wouldn't do that to Cena. They wouldn't do it to Cena. You're not Cena.
Stupid idiot.
You're not Cena. Not right now. In the 90s, yeah, for sure. Okay. And then for 20 years after that, there's a guy named John Cena who arguably is the biggest draw. Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold, The Rock, Cena. And like, I would argue like Hogan, Stone Cold, NWO, Cena. That's got to be like the Mount Rushmore of draws. No? Am I wrong on that? Did someone draw ungodly amounts more for a longer periods of time that I'm unaware of? Right? So Goldberg, I don't know, man. I don't know what you're saying right now, but Cena? Yeah, the for life WWE for lifer who is like raised, bred there, is locked in. You know, you were hated by a bunch of the guys in the back. He should understand that he got a very great send off. I think what could be better than that? I don't know. Like, yes, if you won and like teabagged Gunther and called him a pussy after, would that have been better? Like, what do you want, man?
Doing his retirement thing, you know, mine was just the World Heavyweight Championship match. And to be,
I got it. We'll end this one. Listen, we'll end this one like this. Shuffle side kick to the head, and then his career's over. Sound good, Bill? Goldberg's like, yeah, I love it. It sounds straight and totally cool and manly.
Honest with you, I mean, and I'm going to catch hell for. I don't care. It was a world heavy. I had world heavyweight matches all the time. That doesn't do anything for me. I mean, it does, but
imagine that the guy who just like beat everyone, won a world title. Oh, it doesn't do shit for me to win a world title. And then meanwhile, you hear Big Show, and he's like, dude, I had to really humble myself, you know, like WCW was a fucking joke. It's weird. You see that in AEW now, just everyone has Twitter. A lot of guys where you're like, you should really humble yourself, but they just don't give a fuck. Right.
You know, make it different than just an angle, at least at the end, and do something, say something. I don't know.
Profound storyteller Goldberg saying to make it more than just you go out there and have like a big guy match against this other big guy and get your shit in because you're fucking 60.
It just felt a little for me. That's all. That's it. And like I said, man, I'm not here to bitch and moan because I don't do that. And I'm not.
Oh, really?
Not complaining by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just, you asked me a question and I'm answering.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, so everything.
Okay, but you went into this interview. What do you think he was going to ask you? Hey, man, that was so great. Wasn't it great? Wasn't it great? Or did you think he was going to be like, how'd you feel about it? It's Ariel Helwani. What do you think? He's not going to ask you questions? You knew what you were going to say. I don't buy it for one smidgen of a second. So Charles Robinson suffered cracked ribs from Goldberg's spear. So while he's doing all this bitching and crying, Charles Robinson is in the hospital.
You fucked up! You fucked up! You fucked up!
Recovering from cracked ribs. So Goldberg comes in, ends careers, cries, right? Calls people fairies, or maybe that was me. I don't remember. But all I know, hey, he cracked this man's ribs. And he's still crying like, oh, dude, they didn't let me win via submission, via armbar. So let's see if this is different than what we were just listening to.
Can I ask and perhaps shoot straight with you? Bill, it feels like you're battling like mixed emotions here about everything. That it's something that you're not quite sure how to feel about in the immediate aftermath. Is that accurate?
let's just say I'm pissed off at the way I went out. I mean, because I put so much into it, and I don't feel as though the effort was reciprocated.
So Gunther didn't put effort in protecting your old ass. He could have snapped you in half, dude. He didn't even put you in the Boston Crab, I don't think. You're fucking lucky, bro. He chopped you one time. What if you were in there and he just started throwing live rounds? I'd have heel hooked him. Holy fuck, dude. This is the thing, man. You should be so grateful. I swear he's trying to work his way into an 8-1. Like, because after this, who calls him? Tony Khan. Hey, if you want that last match, Tony will make a whole event in Atlanta just for this guy and have him go over and have Sting come out and Flair. Really think about it. And think about if Sting's on the phone, man, you should come here. Tony's a great guy, he'll let you do whatever. I went 21-0. Think about it, man. Is that a good Sting impression? It's subtle, but I think it's good. I don't know. Anyways.
To put a stamp on, what I accomplished. I'm not going to say that I'm not.
So you wanted the stamp like you win? That's not what you do in wrestling, bro. This ain't the Super Bowl, man. You don't win, then retire. You fucking go, I'm going to retire. Okay, one more year, and you put our guys over, and you help elevate everyone you're leaving behind and help us draw big houses and lay down for someone on the way out past that fucking torch. Jesus.
Ecstatic about the opportunity that I got. But, I was a WCW guy, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it could have been done a little bit differently. That's all. And I'm happy with my performance. I'm happy with, the setting, but could it have been better? Absolutely. It can always be better.
And I know you mentioned this 2-week thing, but I'd be remiss if I don't ask, what specifically could have been done differently? Could you tell us that?
Watch the Ariel Helwani show. Go and subscribe to the Ariel Helwani YouTube channel. Make sure you guys check it out. You subscribe to their shit. Run the subscribers up here as well. And thank you all for tuning in tonight. It's Wednesday.
Well, there's about 100 things. I mean, I did 3 interviews beforehand. Ariel, I did 3, right?
Oh my God, 3. Oh my God, 3 interviews. Cena's like, I did 3 during my lunch break, you asshole.
In 6 months.
Oh, in 6 months. Oh, never mind. Well, let's hear what he's got. I'm just angry at Goldberg, if you guys can't tell.
It's just they cut me off 30 seconds into my speech, bro. You don't do that. But it's all good. It's all good.
Right, but that's NBC, so that wouldn't be WWE, that'd be NBC.
Do you think that was their call or the network's call?
I think it doesn't matter because it's live television and you can plan.
That's why it matters.
For it.
Mm-hmm.
You can plan for, hey, we're going to need 3 minutes extra overrun for Goldberg. That's true. That is true. I mean, you could, but maybe they didn't plan. Maybe they planned that everything ended on time. On time. And it went viral because so Goldberg needs to understand one thing, and I know a lot of people are like, this doesn't matter. But the virality of what your speech was after it got cut off, everyone immediately, I went online and was like, Goldberg's speech cut off, Goldberg, and then everyone posted it. So way more people saw it. Like, network is cool and all, but everyone's on the internet, bro. So like Goldberg, the ending of his speech got looked up. Not everyone's in the IWC, folks. Don't get what I'm saying. Not even everyone's on social media who are on the internet. Don't get what I'm saying. It's twisted. Everyone looks something up once a day. I need to look this up or whatever. Everyone does it, right? But not everyone like has a Twitter and an Instagram and a Facebook and all. You guys get what I'm saying? Or logs onto YouTube or whatever. So everyone, though, uses the internet. And so when you're talking about whoever saw you on NBC, them and then all the people who just are watching on the internet and who were in the IWC and shit, they were all gonna look it up anyways after. So there's actually something to say where if it was unintentional, well, I think more people are talking about what you had to say afterwards because of that and because of this interview.
That's all.
Like the people on NBC and on YouTube didn't, in Canada or whatever countries get the YouTube stream, they didn't see it, but then everyone looked it up after. So like, what are you mad about? Right?
And I know it is what it is. And, the match might have gone long and the this and the that and whatever it is. But, I just think that it could have been a little classier prepared.
WWE uploaded the speech. Thank you for that.
It was. And I'll just say.
That's almost worth more. That's almost a good look by WWE for doing that for you. Millions of more people probably saw it that way. What the fuck? They cut it off. It's on their YouTube. That's like a solid, bro. I'd be pumped.
And that's a mile.
Honestly, I'd be fucking pumped. No? Am I wrong? They get huge fucking numbers. I'd be pumped. That's like better than. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, I'd be fucking thanking. I'd be like, holy shit, look at the reception. Look at the numbers on this thing. And then Roman comes back and outdraws it in fucking 12 minutes rather.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
By the way, did they know that you were going to speak afterwards? Was that part of the plan?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Right. They just thought the match. I don't know if I believe him via the look on his fucking face there. So let's see. Do we have any more Goldberg clips, or do we get to Bret Hart's response, chat? You guys want Bret Hart's response? So Goldberg says he is retired in principle. So he says, I can't say that I'm truly retired. In principle, yeah, I'm done. But I worked my ass off for 5 months. Don't know if I want to kickstart that again and say, guess what? I didn't retire. I want to go one more time. You don't plan stuff like that. In the world of professional wrestling, I guess you're not retired until you're dead. In principle, yeah, I'm retired. He's going to go get like a $1 million bag from Tony Khan, and he's going to show up at Double or Nothing in Atlanta or All In, or Grand Slam, fucking whatever the fuck. And I wouldn't even be shocked if Tony tried to pop a TV rating with it either. But he's going to do a one-off and get that fucking big bag. You know it. You got to know it. I swear. I just feel it. I said it before, too. Tony tried to get him, and it just fell through. Because he's like, you're a fucking mark, dude. But think about it, man. He had this last match. He didn't get to win. Tony will let him win. Yeah, that was my WWE retirement. Okay, now I'm going to go do one for me for the most money ever. Because at the end of the day, Goldberg fucking is in it for the money. Let's be honest. And that's fine. That's why people do stuff. That's totally fine. Money is a very valid motivator. Okay? For a lot of things. Okay? Besides like heinous fucking acts to other people or children or animals or something, I think money is a motivator for any decent person in the world, right? Can we all agree with that? So Goldberg taking some money from Tony Khan, some shekels from Tony Khan to fucking do a match at like one of these big shows as for him retirement where he pins someone and Sting's on the phone like, oh yeah, Goldberg. He let me go 21-0. It might have been my favorite run. If that's what's going on the phone, dude, you don't know. He could totally go and do it. I could see him doing it. Goldberg blocked Sun Gage from signing WWE NIL deal. Now, I'm actually going to praise Goldberg here. Good. Don't let them scoop him up too early unless he 100% is like, I want to be a pro wrestler. Now, it seems like he does, but it also seems like his passion is football. And he's expressed like, hey, when I think we have that in a clip somewhere, but he's expressed it explicitly. If football doesn't work out, I'm coming to WWE. That sort of thing. So, again, you make way more money in the NFL, have a way better career and shit like that. You know, you're part of like essentially a union. I don't know if they call it that, but you're like, you know, you're in under the guise of the NFL, right? That's way better. Do that for sure. And if it doesn't work out, yes, go to WWE. You clearly have wrestling passion, but I would actually encourage that to any NIL signing. Test out your primary sport first. See if you can't be the GOAT in that. And I actually give props to Goldberg as a parent for being like, I've been in the business. You know, like he wishes he could have did football too. Let's face it. 99% of them feel that way. So I will applaud Goldberg for that, but not the rest of the stuff. You pissed me off. Speaking of young guys training, or actually speaking of Goldberg, rather, Peter Rosenberg. Speaking of Berg, some Berg on Berg violence here, chat. Peter Rosenberg had this to say about Goldberg. And one of them might bring up Zoidberg. No. Futurama. No, that was a good show. But he snaps on Bill Goldberg here and buries him. And I wonder how much of a leash WWE have this guy on. Like, genuinely.
I got to be quick here before my wife gets back and yells at me for doing this on vacation. Listen, Bill Goldberg, as a Jewish guy who's in wrestling and loves wrestling myself, obviously I appreciate his contributions. I cannot believe the complaints about his send-off. Have you guys ever noticed that the people who are the most overbooked, the most over-celebrated?
So true what he says here, though. And, like, Rosenberg's a bit of a wiener, dude, but the most overbooked guys in the world have the most shit to talk all the fucking time. Like, the guys who've had the most, like, where everyone can agree, dude, they have, or you watch it on TV, it takes 12 guys and a taser to fucking beat this dude or whatever. And they're always the ones who have to talk shit. And, like, Ryback, for instance, and not even shitting on Ryback, but come on, man. I was watching some shit, him and Cena and that lumberjack. Like, some people thought Cena was overbooked a bit, and he was. But he was super over. But, like, Ryback was over his shit, but, man, he was overbooked. He had a lot of shit to say. I mean, you can look at guys like Punk and Brett, I guess, but realistically, Brett never really trashed WWE itself. He's always been like, Vince is like a father to me, da-da-da. The disgusting shit comes out about Vince. He's like, fuck that dude. You know, he's just kept it real about stuff. And I think Punk's the same way, and that's why Bret Hart and Punk, very polarizing fucking people, you know, for that reason. Like, you either really love them or hate them. There's no in between. And that's because, like, when you spit the truth, man, that's what it does, right? Because you're never going to please everyone, and then you're going to overplease some. But Rosenberg, he's a bit of a wiener. You know, he toes the line, but he's right about this, dude. The most overbooked brother always rub people the wrong way.
Are always the ones who complain. The man got a 15-minute match. It should have been a squash. Let's be honest. He should have gotten Goldberg. He should have been speared and taken out. The man's pushing 60 years old, hasn't looked good in the ring. Some would say ever, but certainly not in the last few years. Got to have a 15-minute match, a battle with the world champion, and get a few words live on television, and complains about his mic getting cut off. First of all, people, watch the product. NBC goes when the show ends every single time.
And that's the thing with NBC. Like, yes, if WWE was like, we need 5 minutes extra, like, yeah, they could have planned that. But do you know how much work, like Goldberg, come on, man. Do you know how much work that would go into that? What's another NBC? Like, what is one of those live shows, So You Think You Can Dance, or what, one of those shits that's on NBC? America's Got Talent, or one of these shows. Chat can name one that's on NBC specifically, but even if it's live, bro, they end right fucking then and there. That's why dudes like Ryan Seacrest, people are like, he's so talented, he's the hardest working, he's so on point. Why? It's because even me, you know how hard it is to, like, specifically, even me, I'm the queen. You know how hard it is to specifically end, like, boom, right at this minute and get all your shit in and get everyone's shit in. Like, it's a real skill, dude. And on NBC, they don't fucking play that. So I'm curious as to if anyone could point to NBC, like, running over. And yeah, they could have planned that, but then what? You take an extra minute? How do they plan any of the speech? They re-uploaded it online for free, and everybody watched it. And it's like, that's almost a better look than it airing on NBC and people going, it was what it was. Oh, here it is on Twitter. Now everyone's like, what did Goldberg say? What did Goldberg say? Right? That's the way I view it anyways, but I don't know. Some people are old and don't understand the internet.
They do not wait. The NBC, this is network TV. It's not USA. It's not Netflix. It's NBC. They go when they go. He still got in a nice little moment and got to be celebrated on. Do you know how many
people would say, nice little moment? That's shill talk. What are you, a fucking shill? Bro, do you understand? You network TV. Do you understand? Like, I don't know. It's just a buffoon take. It really is. And of course, Goldberg didn't say that, but he's saying like they could have planned it, or yes, the plan was for me to get the speech, because they film everything, dude. It was always going to be seen. You can't be this sour grapes.
People better than Goldberg, their send-off was, we wish them the best in their future endeavors. All right? Do you know how many? Did this guy get to stand in the ring on national television and have a send-off? You should be thanking your lucky stars for the money you've made and the appreciation you've gotten, which many don't even feel is fully deserved. To complain, I'm so disappointed.
Yeah, it is disappointing. And that's why I went off on him. I'm sorry, Goldberg. You're a cool dude when I was a kid. No. Speaking of cool dudes and celebs, Travis Scott, there's the real reason behind his absence. And we'll take a look here at Shutout Ringside News and WrestleVotes, who they lifted this story from, I guess, or copied there, whatever. So apparently, via some tweet, WrestleVotes tweeted that they heard a rumor that Travis Scott was not a quick learner. So, bro, he doesn't put effort into shit. He doesn't even put effort into his music anymore. You know what I mean? So ultimately, yeah, if he's not that good and they go with Jelly Roll, whatever, people are now just saying like, oh, he's supposed to be in a SummerSlam match and all this shit. I could totally see that, and I could appreciate that. Jelly Roll's in the PC. We have a bit of his interview from a podcast, I believe, or he was on the news or something. I can't remember, but where he's talking about he's in there from when it opens to when it closes, and good on him. If he loses a bunch of weight, shout him out. I know I've made some jokes at Jelly Roll, like his songs, you know, I've sang them on the show as I do, but I've like poked a couple little funs, right? But I do appreciate him as an artist, and I, at least he looks like, as I described on the show, like if he was a bouncer in a bar and he grabbed you by the shoulder and was like, dude, get the fuck out of here, you wouldn't be like, no, man, and start, right? He looks like, even if you're taller than the dude, he, you know, because how tall is Jelly Roll, honestly? Like 5'10", you know? But it would just be a matter of like, he looks like his friend will fuck you up with a knife or something, right? He looks like you'll get oofed in Minecraft in the back alley if you don't, right? Like, so at least there's something to that, and he's taking it serious. I'm down with it. If Travis Scott's just smoking blunts and just wants to go out there and wing it like he seemingly does in his music and everything else. And I'm not hating on that either. Some artists are better when they just wing it and shit. I'm not hating on it, but he just, there was an era where that was like the thing to do. And I think people are kind of past that a little bit. In hip hop, no, maybe they're more into it, but it seemed like for, 5 to 10 years there was an era where it was like just everyone's it was like the Young Thug. He came out, and then everyone was just like, oh, just don't even put effort that's the cool thing to do. So Travis is kind of one of those guys, although he's had fucking hits. And I've told you guys, I like his music and shit. His more recent stuff, I don't know about, but he's had some bangers in the past. But listen, if he's putting a half-assed effort, what I think it is Netflix dropped that doc, and like he's getting bombarded with people, like even outside the wrestling bubble, of people like Travis Scott's responsible for all these deaths and shit again. And I think that, and then his effort into wrestling combined, is just like, fuck it, I'm out. I did my call me again at Mania, like he just is in it for himself. So that's fine. Jelly Roll's in it to help wrestling out, apparently, because he's a big fan and shit. And well, he is a big fan, actually. I know that for a fact. He is a big fucking fan of wrestling and has been for a long time, before he's ever famous. So same with Bad Bunny, and that's cool. And I would love to see Priest and Bad Bunny versus Orton and Jelly Roll maybe at Mania this year, if it's not going to be at SummerSlam and we're getting more of the Logan Paul thing, right? If Jelly Roll's serious and after this SummerSlam he sticks to it and he really uses the PC and his access there to get in shape and better his life and become a skilled wrestler, I'm honestly not against that at all. He's looked good in the shit we've seen him in, and he takes it more serious than Bert Kreischer and shit. Burnt Chrysler or whatever the fuck, right? He takes it way more serious than these guys. And if he's willing to like and put the work in and shit, I'm down for it. I'm here for it, Eric. If only Conrad Thompson, I'm going to start doing the same, actually. Brought to you by, and my experience will be brought to you by Henson's Raisins. Bro, you know, fucking savewithphil.com, and you can tune into my entire experience. Me with Eric. Eric's doing DDPY, and over here, we're at the PC. Chat me up about what it's like, the NXT Black and Gold era, Eric. So, yeah, I totally see if they nix Travis Scott, that's fine. I want to see more Jelly Roll personally, I guess, from the last couple of things. I'm like, I'm here for it, Eric, right? SummerSlam, I'm here for it. I'll check it out. I'll see what he's got going on. And then after that, if he sticks around, I'm not talking like full-time Jelly Roll, but like if he comes back and it's not just like foolishness, he's not just like taking a spot away from anyone, I'm cool with that. So, yeah, I think Damian Priest and Bad Bunny need to team up, though, and show Jelly Roll and Orton what's up at Mania, chat. What do you think? And some big payoffs for fucking Orton on his way out? I don't want to see Orton like, I'm going to have a banger against. If he does one of those like Batista, no DQ, whatever the fuck's on his way out, I'm fine with that. But with Orton, man, I don't need to see him have like, I'm going to do a classic and get who over? Carmelo Hayes over, whatever the fuck, like name a name. I don't need that from Orton. I just want to see him have some legends, some fucking whatever matches where he can hit some RKOs out of nowhere and just dip out, and then he can lose to like Cody Rhodes or someone on his way out. Like, who did he help bring up? Well, Ted DiBiase Jr. is probably in jail right now. So allegedly or whatever. I don't know what's going on over there. Some crazy shit. But Cody Rhodes, right? And Legacy, that'd be who you could lay down for there, or whoever else he sees something in. And then you could give them a banger or one of those no DQ where you don't got to do shit, you know? You just like pop the crowd with pliers or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I'm cool if we don't ever see Travis Scott. And he was nixed from the video game, by the way. They're giving us El Grande Americano instead of Travis Scott. So there you go. What do you think of Nikki Bella's placement on the card? She believed she was being ribbed with her placement on the card of Raw that we just watched on Monday. Members get access to the Monday show. And what did she say about it exactly? She said that Bayley and Lyra match, I mean, it was literally going, and I was like, wait, I have to follow this? I haven't wrestled in 7 years, and I have to follow this match. I was thinking I was getting ribbed. I was for sure getting ribbed. Damn, so Nikki was like, they're ribbing me, putting me on after this. But here's the thing, Nikki. We're in an era where the women, like Triple H said, it's at par with the men in a lot of ways and a lot of the time. So it's not about, oh, they're putting me. It's just about where's Nikki Bella gonna, you know, we're trying to format this so we keep our viewers and we get the most minutes watched and throughout the week, this is the most enjoyable show. Formatting, super important. We talked about it at the start of Dynamite here, how they didn't start the show with their all-in replay stuff, right? So Nikki, again, she came from an era where it's like the women, well, Nikki's going to have a banger with Natalia. So, you know, you girls go strip later, or your shitty match has to go on first. No, this is the era of Nikki. If you're anyone on Raw, that's why these shows have been cooking. This is why WWE is so popular. Everyone can wrestle their asses off in 2025. Like, everyone can wrestle their asses off. And here's one thing I want to say and compliment Nikki. She's looked so good since her return. She looks great. She looks like she can hang in this climate, actually. So she shouldn't be worried. But yeah, Nikki, it's not about like back then you were following a banger between Tyson Kidd and Cesaro or whatever. And now it's like, yeah, it's not about where are the women placed on the card. It's just, you're just like, fuck, I got to follow that every Monday. Someone has a match like that and someone's got to follow it, you know? So, yeah, that's like a culture shock for her. That's awesome in a way, you know? She said this had to be a full-on rib since they put every single badass woman on the card tonight. All of them were incredible, and I had to go after all of them. Don't get in your head, but why am I going last year? Because you're the Hulk Hogan, and in a good way. You're the most over. That's why. You are the most over. So you deserve that spot on such an eclectic Raw. That was a banging Raw, and she's right. It was all women for the whole show and then the gauntlet. And Hurricane put out the best tweet about it. So Dave Meltzer says, like, it feels to him that Bayley is kind of the female Sami Zayn, that they see her as someone who is really good, but her role is to lose the people that they're really serious about. And like, I do agree with that in a way, right? But it's just like, she's a 15-year vet. How many years, chat? School me. How many years has Bayley been doing the thing? She's a 15-year vet putting over the next gen and just getting helping elevate everyone. And that's her job. That's her role. Same with Sammy. He's just been doing this forever. But here's the difference. Ready? Bayley's won world titles and WWE titles. Sammy's not done that. So Dave's not entirely off here. And his feeling on this, I bring to the show in WWE news, because it's like, yeah, even if that's the case, though, it shouldn't be something to diminish her or Sammy with, which is what I know Meltzer probably went on to do. Of course, I'm just alleging. I didn't go on to read his ramblings, but he's not entirely off base there, right? But it's not like that's a knock on her. And I don't know if he meant it that way, but I feel like he's taken jabs at Bayley over the years. Maybe I'm off on that. Roman Reigns posted this after his Raw return. Posted my fucking stream getting a yellow thing. I'm back, he says. Yeah, some people making fun of the OTC 1, and I just thought that it meant like OTC then the 1. He puts up the 1 for like the bloodline, right? It's just it's like a play on his thing, but maybe that's off. I don't know. Let's see. Moving along here. Let's check in with chat for just a tickle. 626, a member for 3 months, says Goldberg, I'm not retired. More. Okay. Fuck. Jesus Christ. He's trolling, chat. We make jokes here, okay? Oil up, Phil. Yep, same here, I thought. Sammy main evented a WrestleMania and won a championship in doing so. Yeah, but I mean like the world title, like world heavyweight WWE title, you know. Sammy is going with the championship. Sorry. Her bump card is filling up. That's something the sickos don't understand and acknowledge. The difference between their savior Ospreay and a WWE star isn't that great. Everyone can go now. Story and character is even more important. Yeah. Oh no, it's Dave. I want Brie to go back and kick. I still remember how she fucked up Livs years ago. Kick a lot of heads in. Yeah, dude. I'm thinking Nikki's just messing around. No, I think she thought she got ribbed, dude. Because it's a shock, it's a culture shock from when she was there. Right? Like the women weren't wrestling their asses off like that, you know? Nikki Goldberg. Okay. Let's move along. Bayley is where she should be. Yep. They say OTC 1 is a play on Cody Rhodes being QB 1. I like that, Alexander. I like that. Thanks. But compared to what Bayley has done, okay, let's go on here. Let's move along here. Guys, if you're on X, come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Our goal is let's get to 7K subs on the Pro Wrestle Clips channel, and let's get to 200 likes on this stream. And then I'll go live for Evolution 2. Pardon me. That was the last one for TNA Slammiversary. Sorry, that was the last time I set a goal was Evolution 2, so it was fresh in my noodle. Because I didn't expect to do one, but all of a sudden today I'm like, should I go live? George sent me a DM asking me. I'm like, should I? You know, I started contemplating it. I'm like, realistically, I could, and I should just start promoting TNA more. Like, this sicko shit's out of hand. But this, I will give Dynamite this. It's formatted poorly, but they're doing way more promo backstage vignette WWE. Tony Khan's going in that direction. So if the sickos aren't down with that, then I got 5 words for you. The best guys, Tony Khan. Maybe that's 3 words. There's an apostrophe on one of them. I'm not sure. I have 3 words, 4 words. I'm a dummy. So thought y'all should see this 2-day combo ticket prices. So for SummerSlam, 2-day combo tickets run you 17 grand, chat. Like, this is crazy. 17K grand, as Brendan Schaub would say, to go to get floor seating. to this SummerSlam show. Now, this is row 1, but still, to defend that, $17,000. Like, what the fuck? It's becoming like boxing events, where only the rich and the elite can go. So, I mean, the supply and demand is there. They're putting on good shows. So as a dude who likely wouldn't fly to wherever the fuck SummerSlam is this year anyways, I'm cool with it, Eric, right? Like, it's all good, but I get why it sucks for people. And yeah, one day it will even out. But for now, rich folks stay winning and going to WWE shows. I don't know what to tell you, man, but those prices are outrageous. We talked about Jelly Roll for a while, and I was oogling all over him. And this is what he had to say about, what I had to say earlier in the show.
And I'm announcing this on your show. I have quietly been living in Orlando for about 4 weeks at the PC. Wow. I'm showing up every day like a piece of furniture over there. They can't kick me out of there, dude. I'm there from the moment they wake up till it closes almost.
Well, that's exactly what the
I'm obsessed.
That's what the Performance Center is.
This is.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. He also followed up. He had something else to say about it, who he's been trained by thus far, essentially, right? So Jelly Roll says who his trainers are at the PC.
They come in and they go, hey, we just want to watch for a minute. Undertaker comes in with Michelle, his wife, and they come in and they go, hey, we just want to watch for a minute, just kind of chill. Is that cool? I was like, yeah, for sure. This is who he is as a human. The entire 3-hour session, him and his wife stood on those ropes and just gave me pointer after pointer, and the most like Kevin Owen, Jacob Fatu came in and wrestled with me the other day for like 3-4 hours. Like,
what?
Bro, Kevin Owens with his hurt neck, just spitting bars at the PC. This is the family. This fucking ship rises all tides or whatever the fuck. The bigger ship rises all tide, whatever the old saying. You guys get what I'm saying? This is like why a Britt Baker to me, I don't want to see her ass in WWE if she's just going to rock the boat and cause drama backstage. Everybody's like headed in the right path. We're getting such quality shows consistently. Oh, these Raws and SmackDown suck for 2 weeks, and then the PLE just blows you away. Oh, this weekend, blah, 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 JD. Oh, this fucking show is fucking... And then he's just putting it over. Buries the Evolution show before it happens. Now he's just putting it over. Same thing everyone did to Superman, right? And now this motherfucker here is like actually doing the damn thing, and Kevin Owens is there giving pointers, hurt neck. Jacob Fatu's in the PC just because he can be. Rolling with Jelly Roll for 3 hours.
Wrestled with me the other day for like 3-4 hours. Like,
what? That's awesome.
Like, these dudes are like pouring into me because they.
So that's awesome. So Travis Scott isn't doing that. He's smoking blunts and trying to get blowjobs or whatever. So he's not focused on really honing in his skill and his craft. And I get why they sort of moved on from him. Speaking of Travis Scott, Brian Alvarez had this to say, and we'll give him a try, Brian, because he's trying here as he does. He says, Travis Scott was reportedly planned for a match at SummerSlam, also involving Bad Bunny, but something happened. He says, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know the whole story because I would be lying, Brian. But something happened with Travis Scott. Scott was supposed to be in a match at SummerSlam. I believe it was going to be a tag match involving Scott and Bad Bunny. So it may have been like Travis Scott and Drew against Bunny and Randy. It was going to be something, and something happened with Travis Scott, and he is off the show. So Jelly Roll appears to have taken a spot, and I guess they've decided that a good counterpart for Jelly Roll would be Logan Paul. So anyway, that's what's happened, and that's why this match is taking place. I mean, I bet Brian added some shit in there, but I could totally see that somewhat being the case. And we talked about Undertaker. And so he had this to say, Trick Williams, you disrespect my WWE LFG team. You disrespect me. I'll be in H-Town next week with or without the TNA title. You might want to stay out of my yard. So he will be on NXT next week, I believe. And if I'm not mistaken, right? Or is that wrong? Is that wrong? But Undertaker also... he's a coach. He's tweeting about TNA. Okay. And sorry, Aminata distracting me for a second there. Sorry, chat. So he is also a coach on LFG, and he's tweeting about TNA. What a crazy timeline, right, chat? That's why I brought this to the show. Thirstcast. So we had Bret Hart's response to Goldberg, by the way, which I fucked up. And I'm going to have to editing Phil. I'm going to have to clip that together like a dumbass. So Bret Hart on WWE referee Charles Robinson suffering cracked rib from Goldberg's spear. He says everyone in the arena is unsafe when he's around. That goes for wrestlers, referees, fans. I mean, even the popcorn guy needs to keep his eyes peeled. Oh, shit. That's super funny, dude, to bury him that hard. We talked about Goldberg. Here's Dave LaGreca's thoughts on Goldberg as well on Busted Open Radio. Here's what he and Tommy Dreamer had to say about Goldberg and his comments since, well, I guess they weren't a big fan of him returning to begin with.
He goes, so in principle, it's my last match, but, you know, it's wrestling. You never know. Really? Really? I was complaining about 3 years ago. He said, not only are you're next, you're last. And then three years later, he's in the ring in Atlanta. He's still leaving a slither of the door open that there could be a comeback for Goldberg. Can he just say, that's it, I'm done. That was my last match. Best case scenario, I'm going out. That's how I wanted to go out. I'm done. He had to do that. Well, in principle, yes, but what? There is no...
Tommy's like, I'm the last guy you should talk to about retiring and not retiring and fucking not hanging it up.
But you're done. You're done. You're done. D-O-N-E, done. Done. No more Goldberg. I don't want to see him. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want any more tributes. I don't want any more ceremonies. If I'm Triple H, after hearing that interview, I'm like, fuck this guy.
Yeah, well, for sure. And he probably has said that.
If I guarantee at some point yesterday, Triple H said to someone or to himself, fuck this guy. We just did all that for him and he's complaining to Ariel Helwani.
LaGreca is cooking, though. He is right. Absolutely right. I agree with him on that. So, in other news, speaking of Saturday night's main event, Raj Giri says WWE did pull off an impressive feat last week. For the first time ever, pro wrestling was number one on TV in primetime 2 nights in a row, with SmackDown being number one on Friday and Saturday night's main event being number one on Saturday. Goldberg's like, wah, pussy ass. That doesn't matter. I didn't really lose. So Seth Rollins was on the Rich Eisen show, and he says his knee was too swollen on Monday to decide what's wrong with his knee, and they're going to undergo more screenings in Los Angeles soon to find out what's really wrong. He doesn't have a firm timeline, but says he will be out for an extended period of time. So his knee was too swollen to get looked at in Birmingham, and we didn't even see him there. And for all we know, he wasn't there at all and just went straight home, and they're working an angle. Right? That's all I'm fucking saying, chat. I just don't know how they didn't look at it the night of. Like, that's a serious injury. He's a top star for you, a TV star. You're not just fucking not figuring out what's wrong with him. Oh, it's too swollen. Come on, dude. I don't believe that for 1 second. Moving along here. Just announced WWE's El Grande Americano will be facing Octagon Jr. in AAA on July 25th. Hopefully it's on YouTube, but dude, Ludwig Kaiser. Look, it's the Ludwig Grande gimmick. And we're going to get an Americano versus an Americano, dude. We're going to get Americano versus Gable and shit. It's about to go off, man. This Americano shit is something that was sort of like a joke that I thought would last not terribly long. Has turned into like 2 wrestlers have used this shit now. Ludwig, we need an explanation. We need him and Gunther to come to like an impasse somewhere as well over this shit. So there's so much there. And he's wrestling Octagon, of course. And that will be a great match, I'm sure. So we'll make sure we check that out. IWC today was spurging out about the WWE Netflix numbers. Netflix and Forbes today post this article. This is like my wife's favorite show right now. Sullivan's Crossing dethroned in Netflix's top 10 list by a new show. This is what Forbes wrote today, right? It's Tuesday, and unlike Squid Game, a new show at number 1 on Netflix's top 10 list could not stand up to the behemoth that is Netflix's big Monday night program. That would, of course, be WWE Monday Night Raw, which has now unseated Netflix's big licensed hit, Sullivan's Crossing, which has ascended the ranks and become a rare non-Netflix original. A Canadian show, bud. Out there in Nova Scotia there, buddy, or the Prince Edward Island there, guy. And I also tweeted out, the minute anyone, anywhere at HBO Max calls AEW Dynamite their Behemoth Wednesday show, I'll gladly shut the fuck up and stop debunking these clowns like Meltzer and Bethel. So there you go. Just had to share that with the show. And Pat McAfee, we saw him before talking to Jelly Roll, but he revealed why he stepped away from WWE. And Meltzer's like, oh, it was the money. He crashed out because he wasn't getting paid
The best guy is Tony Khan.
You know what they say, Brian.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
You know, well, it's not enough money. He's going broke, Brian. No, but McAfee said, I got real tired, man. I crashed. I hit a wall. I got to Money in the Bank, LA. I was on the East Coast for TST, and then went to Paris Island. And then I went to LA for Money in the Bank, and I could just feel it. I'm like, oh my God, my brain is not operating right now. I had talked to others that had maybe experienced mental exhaustion before, whenever they have had it. And I've talked to them, and I've been like, I'm staring down what you went through there. Like I knew this moment was coming. I knew it was going to happen at some point, and it happens to people. So I talked to people about it happening and what they went through. And as the Money in the Bank was happening, I was like, oh my God, this is it. I finally hit it. And I never thought it was going to happen, but you add in my daughter, the Daily Show, the travel, and then also trying my best. I know wrestling fans don't think this. The wrestling community doesn't think this. But, like, I was trying to put everybody over, like maximum effort, fully every time trying to put people over to people that are watching. Yeah, commentary's long, stressful. It's an arduous gig, okay? I know. I talk about shit all the fucking time. I know. So he says, and I never thought it was going to happen, especially to stay fresh and feel like you're being original and like fucking putting, was this as good as the last show? I don't know, right? So anyways, he says, I never thought it was going to happen, but you add in my daughter, the Daily Show, okay, we read that. And it's like, I think that with the travel, me not getting back till 3 a.m. Monday nights, etc. He says it's an honor. Oh, so he goes from the shows and then he flies home on Raws right after them. He doesn't like get a hotel, crash out, go home Tuesday or whatever, right? He fucking flies home right after. It's an honor to be part of it, but like I stopped going to Monday Night Raw, so that took away 2 planes and a 2-hour sleep night a week away from the schedule, and it was like stack a couple of weeks. I feel like a human again. And also Graves so good, Barrett's so good. Yeah, this is all you do. You just float McAfee in to be a third or fourth on PLEs or whatever shows he wants to come to. That's all you do. It's just that simple, man. So like the ability to not feel absolutely fucking terrible for having, and isn't Graves happy that he didn't shit on WWE and walk out of the company and make a big mistake, and he listened to his pal Vic Joseph? Because see, Corey, this happened, and now you're needed again greatly, like more than they thought, or maybe they anticipated this happening because the discussions were already there, and maybe that's why, but they just weren't disclosing shit to you. Either way, I'm so glad Corey didn't like burn a bridge or anything either. But yeah, on the other side, and I will always love WWE. I miss it, but I didn't think I would have made it. I was eyeing football season around the corner, and I was like, I don't know if so it's the summer. He wants the summer off. He's going to do football. He'll come back for Mania or whatever. It's all good, chat. He'll be back around. But ultimately, yeah, summer hits, and sometimes you're like, and especially when you have kids, you're like, what? And a wife, you're like, what am I doing? I just fucking go hang out with them, you know, whatever, right? Like, Jesus Christ, I work so I have millions of dollars, dude. I'm here fucking You know, I have these fucking sickos yelling at me over All In and shit on Twitter. Like, I just want to do golf, cover golf, you know, hang out with friends and shit. So I'm here for it. Speaking of here for it, Ren Sinclair to wrap up WWE news. It's Ren's Day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear what Ren has to say on Ren's Day.
Hey guys, happy Ren's Day. So this happened last night, which means I'm coming home to Texas next week, which also means that you guys better be on your best behavior and cheer for me. And then this also happened last night, which was kind of weird because, like, why does she care about my family? And also, like, Pookie. Bless your heart, Blake. Of course my family's going to be there. And funny story, the other day my mom saw your promo and she was like, oh my God, is that Sabrina Carpenter? And I was like, no, Mom, that's Blake Monroe. And she was pretty certain that it was Sabrina Carpenter. I said, Mom, whatever similarities that you're seeing, it's obviously got to be a coincidence because there's no way that Blake Monroe would try and have a career pretending to be someone else. But don't worry.
2 former AEW talent throwing down again. Now, I understand that people in AEW, like a good handful of them have gone and like, okay, so even like Cora Jade, right? Like had a match there. I'm not talking about people who had a match in AEW. Maddie Renkowski, Ren Sinclair, was in like an angle as part of Jade's streak and all that. She helped her out. Then she beefed her out and wrestled her. During the pandemic era, Renkowski was all over those shows. And then you have her in NXT for a little while now. And then Blake Monroe, Mariah May, she's all over Collision and Dynamite and all that. And they're wrestling. I just don't think that's a coincidence. There's a million other people Blake could wrestle, but also they know Ren's going to make her look like $1 billion in the match. So that's what she does.
I set the record straight. I said, Mom, Sabrina Carpenter. Someone trying their best. Anyways, let's get to the questions. Question number 1.
Roasted.
What is your favorite
Boom.
cartoon to watch? Right now, it's Avatar, The Last Airbender. It's the first time I'm watching it, about to start season 3. Phenomenal.
Yeah, solid show. I fell off like a few seasons in, you know. I didn't totally hate Shyamalan's Airbender movies like Avatar. I wasn't totally a hater on those. Like I was just happy because we were in an era of like gritty Batman Begins type shit, you know? So I still appreciate stuff that tries to be like over the top and cartoony and like the CGI wasn't terrible in it or anything. It's just some of the acting was pretty bad and some of the casting was like, what, you know? But other than that, I like the movie. But yeah, shout out Avatar. Good shit. I shout everything out here at PWT, even the haters.
Phenomenal so far. Question number 2. If you could choose 4 bands or artists for a private concert, who would it be? Bruno Mars, Jonas Brothers, a country singer of some sort, like Luke Combs, maybe a little Morgan Wallen, probably Luke Combs. I don't know.
Can't even like name one.
4th one, let's.
What? She can't even think of a 4th one. Who would she bring? I would bring that Childish Gambino guy who sings Redbone. What's his name? Danny Glover. Is that the right name? Am I getting the right guy there, chat? I always fuck up the celebrities' names.
Queen?
Queen would be good, yeah, if they if that was possible.
Freddie Mercury's alive.
Get the hologram. We'll get you the hologram, Queen.
Question number 3. Are we still side characters in Ren XT? If you want to be. Just kidding. You are. And
I get Fozzie would be one of them too.
Next week, so is she.
Yeah, calling out Blake Monroe. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Ren's Day edition of WWE. And a round of applause. 626 for 2 says only people on Epstein's list can afford that. Can afford the WWE ticket prices. Yeah. No doubt, though. No doubt, man. It's crazy. It's like, how the fuck does anyone afford to do that? Donald Glover. Yeah, what did I say? Crispin Glover. Yeah, which one did I say? Donald. There you go. Thank you. I said a Glover, right, guys? Like the glove that ran on the ball in the PlayStation game or whatever. Wasn't that a thing? Glover? Wasn't that a game or something? I don't know. Either way, yes. I would get Childish Gambino because he could do some rap songs, but he also sings that Redbone type shit. That's what I'm into. Yeah, anyways. Lethal Weapon Glover. Danny. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm too old for this shit. Is that the Glover? Danny Glover, yeah. Crispin Glover is Back to the Future. That's right, chat. Yeah, Tony just does sex jokes and toilet humor now. I know. I'm kind of listening in, and it's just like, but I like that they're doing the promo in the black and white. It's very WWE-ish. This theater has a sweet aesthetic. If they just did like every year, and think about how much cooler their video games would be too if they did residencies for like 2 months out of the year in 6 different venues, and then like go to a bigger one for like the pay-per-view, and then they like promoted, hey, like in their video games and shit, it would be like, here's like this ballroom and this fucking whatever. That could be cool too, but instead it's just, well, at least they're doing a residency here, but it just seems like a movie theater after their biggest show ever, and they're flexing all this WrestleMania level shit, then they're just in this little room. Tony jumped the shark months ago. They're doing their Chicago residency at this place. Right, I know that. Yeah, they're here for like a couple weeks though, you know? They should go to Europe. Like they should go to the UK for 2 months and film TV shows and just do house shows and shit and build up a fan base, leave, and then say, we're coming back next year. Then everyone's like, oh shit, I can't wait. And then they announce All in London or whatever. That's how they should have been doing that. Athena on TV. Okay. Donald Glover, Crispin Glover. Yeah, we're still... Ren's shoot name is one of those typical American names you'd see on a WW2 soldier or a cop in a movie. Even though it's probably Polish. Yeah, I think it is Polish. Are all AEW matches assumed as no DQ? Yeah, at least in WWE, once like Naomi cashes in, we go, oh, the triple threat. Okay, now it's no DQ once the bell rings. Gloms are with the case. In AEW, you don't know. Is it? And that's the thing in AEW, because they've been doing it lately where it is a lucha rule. At least I think. Am I correct on that, chat? I think they did it on AEW recently where the rules were like lucha tag rules, where the 6-man that you didn't have to tag again. Did they do that again on just strictly AEW? I think they adopted that for a show recently. See, Billy Starks as well. I'm not sure of her age, but for where she is in the business, she's like a Renkowski or a Ren Sinclair, by the way. And I'm glad that she is getting an opportunity with Athena now on TV, because she, I think, will impress a lot of people with like more than just her in-ring shit, right? It'll be her character and stuff. So, and now Tony Storm's just going to talk about having a sweaty vag or whatever. I feel Tony should move the AEW offices into the UK. I think the rules changed match to match and no one's told. If they ever won't sell out Wembley again, they shouldn't do a residency there. They'd burn out the territory. Right. I'm talking about if we could rewind to the beginning, right? You do, because like they just said, we're doing a big show in Australia. Why didn't you like go there for a month? You have all this money, build a ring there, have a place there where is like your location where you can train folks and stop in at, you know? Not even like a PC, like find an indie there that you can like give some money to fucking help you with this sort of shit, partner with them, develop some talent out of there, and also do a residency there for 2 months out of the year. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Nick Wayne's mom, dude. Like Christ in heaven. But are they the baby faces now or what? Or no, they're heels now. Yeah, sorry, because Christian's such a prick. They attack him and I go, so are they the good guys because he's such an asshole? Right, so they're still the heels. And so Nick Wayne's like, these are my boys. Why would Kip Sabian's looking at your tits right now? Why would he be your boy? Okay, this is crazy. What are you talking about? This is utterly distracting right now. Am I right, chat? No? Am I the only one? Jesus Christ. I'm trying not to be disrespectful here. Okay, so let's get into some news. We have AEW news. We're joking about AEW. We might as well get into some news. It's so distracting. Like, what's going on? Jesus Christ. So are they talking about Christian? Right. Oh my God. Okay, so focusing back on the show. So let's see here. Tony Khan watching this promo. So Nick LoPiccolo, are we going to get into this first or last? I need to think. Yeah, we're going to get into the Nick LoPiccolo stuff last again. Or no, we'll just read it. We'll play the ball as it lies. Who's watching Happy Gilmore coming up soon on Netflix? No? His fucking head looks like a third tit the whole time. My bad. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Yeah. A+ pun. I didn't see it. I have to see. Okay. Anyway, so now here comes Don Callis. And on that note, everyone in chat all together now. Ichi ni Sanda. Ichi ni Sanda. For AEW news. And let's take another sip of whiskey, shall we? It's Wednesday, Whiskey Wednesday, I guess, somewhere in the world. It's early in the morning, but here it is 7:45, so let's get into it. Okay, so Nick LoPiccolo, he triggered everyone in the IWC. And a friend of the show, Chris Connors, had this to say. We covered what Awful had to say. He said, Nick LoPiccolo, an agent to several top wrestling talent, is giving AEW defenders fits by talking about his experiences with AEW and its overall jankiness. Dave Meltzer, a wrestling reporter with no agenting or executive experience, is arguing against what LoPiccolo had to say. We covered this on the show. Chris Connor said, let's just call it for what it is. Tony Khan has sent his attack dog on Nick LoPiccolo. That is what Meltzer has become. Some fucking TKO tweets will get like savagely bot attacked too. And he says, AEW defender, Tony Khan, ass kisser, and all-around nut job who has tanked his reputation faster than Rachel Ziegler. Dave deserves a book by you on him. And then Nick LoPiccolo says, well, it's accurate that I've had several reporters tell me that Tony reached out to them about me. Damn, that's crazy. I wouldn't be surprised, but that's leading a lamb to the slaughter. Yeah, because you can't prove like who puts out internet attacks and shit, you know? It's just in the internet redact playbook, though, okay? You hate someone, what you do is you try and dox them, then you call them a pedo, and then you say that they fucking beat women or dogs or whatever. Then you attack their kids if they exist and all this sorts of shit. It's redacted, and it's just in the redact playbook. And yes, there are concerted efforts when this happens. You guys see it, like these fucking idiots online go to war and these blood sport whatevers. If you guys are fans of that on YouTube, and it happens all the fucking time, you know, look at like this Ethan Klein, Hassan Piker shit, you know, like to that level, they're like millionaires fucking having little goofy internet beef wars. It's stupid. But yeah, Nick LoPiccolo really triggered people. The FBI, I think, got involved, which we cover in the Sicko segment, I believe. Moving along here, though, in the news. So AEW files a trademark for AEW Elite Feast. So didn't they already have a food show that then went under? So why would they did like 2 episodes of it and then it was gone, I think? Or am I completely lying about that? Someone fact check me. We fact check here at PWT. But yeah, that's crazy that you'd bring back another food show and give it to who? You know? Like, who's going to really knock people's... Or is it going on Max? If it's on HBO Max, that's sick. But otherwise, I mean, What are we talking about here? So Nick LoPiccolo, man, he got a tweet saying like, or not even a tweet. This is a DM or something he got, or something he has written down. And is that on my screen? No, he's got like a dirty screen that he took a picture of this on, but like he blanks out the names, but 2 million per year minimum, I'm assuming is what the M million minimum. I'm assuming, okay, times 3 years. So these are people's contracts, okay? 1.1 million per year, and I think these are AEW. Yeah, it says up here AEW contracts. Okay? So I wonder if, yeah, 150K per year, 200K per year, 90 now. So 190 now, then it raises to 250. So, I mean, if these are real or not, but I believe them. Like, this is what the rumor, everyone knows this, right? This is, they pay people a lot of fucking money. So, makes a lot of sense. Here we go. Meltzer said, what's sending me fucking gold? Sorry, guys. Bookmarked for our segment in a bit. Okay, so moving along here. Those could be real. I don't know. Let's estimate 2 million minimum per year. So Moxley, Danielson, I could name a bunch of people who could be getting 2 million. Swerve, Hangman, he's the world champ. 3 million per year. Again, all the same names could be making 3 mil per year. Lashley, right? 3 million times 3 years. If you guys listen to PWT, I've speculated on that exact fucking 3 million for 3 years. You guys already know. I've said that about, I think, someone in particular like 8 billion times. So not shocked to see this. Again, I'm not Nick LoPiccolo, so how is he fucking saying 1.1? Okay. Who gets that? Tony Storm, Mercedes. What is she getting? 10 million or whatever? But like, there's a bunch of guys who could be making 1.1, right? Really think about it. Who's someone they really value and push like a lot? You know, maybe like a Shibata who like doesn't do shit, you know? Maybe that's like Ibushi's deal, and that's, or Okada or something like that, right? 1 million per year. Again, a bunch of people. 250. Okay. And I'm telling you guys this. Fucking Sky Blue's making 250K a year. There's names like that making 250K, bro, a year in AEW, like nothing. So this, all the 100Ks per year, that's irrelevant. Everyone gets that. Daniel Garcia's making 200K a year, bro. You know, so that none of those even matters. So we don't even have to look at those and speculate. But Nick LoPiccolo, he got a DM from someone saying, I think Tony Khan is social media agency contracted. There's no way these accounts just keep popping up. Again, I speculated on this shit like 2 years ago, got called out by all these fucking sickos. Some of these people trying to dox Nick LoPiccolo had me pre-blocked and shit, you know, so it's just, it stems from somewhere, you know, where all this psychotic shit goes down. And I just choose not to even engage in any of this shit. We're just gonna laugh at it and cover what's in the fucking news. I mean, that's all you can do. It's disturbing. They end up like attacking his kids, and fucking he contacts the FBI, and then they all literally, man, I saw today like 4 accounts were deleted today, like wiped off Twitter, just going after this real guy too. Like, guys, this is a real guy, hey, that like really has real lawyers, really works with people in the TV business, really is the guy who gets the big wig, who gets invited to this shit, to these shows, and people interact with, real people interact with in Hollywood and shit. Okay. And like in sports, he's the head of their sports. So like real athletes and shit interact with this guy, like privately, not in this fake fucking Twitter world. Okay. So it's just to go after him for just like being a fucking AEW troll because he just decided, fuck it, what do I have to lose, is pretty crazy, man. Just accept it. Like, you know, if the same people did shit, we have fucking reporters, economists, like alleged economists, We have all sorts of sickos and wackos. BJ Bethel's a legit reporter. He's broken stories and knows people in and he's freaking out about WWE the way he does constantly. And you guys can't take one legit guy in the business going, we all think this shit's a joke. You guys can't handle that? That's kind of crazy, dude. It's just like dish but can't take, you know? And that's what it was with Tony as well, man. He dished all this bullshit out, and then when fucking WWE's like, fuck it, let's just let's just beast man on their asses, and let's just step on the throat. He just folded, man, and the fans just freaked out. It's crazy. It's like they wanted it so bad, and everyone's like, dude, don't worry about AEW. Don't even bring them up. Don't even allude to their shit. Fuck it. It's not worth it. And then boom, man, the fans were like begging for this feud to pop off. And then now that it is head to head, like I'm loving it because I love the wars, dude. And I like watching both shows and comparing them. It legit reminds me of when I was a kid watching WCW and fucking, oh man, Ric Flair got clotheslined in a pool. Oh man, they come through a fucking electronic door that like opens with smoke and shit. Like that's way different than, oh my God, Stone Cold is pouring beer on his fucking, like it was the constant like shift of, oh man, this is banging. I miss that, and I'm glad we get to experience that again as a fan. It's unfortunate that it's just NXT because I feel like their roster gets lashed out on more than they should because they're the ones with the responsibility of going head to head with AEW. But then at the same time, I don't feel bad for them because it's like this will teach them, this will make the next 20, 30 years of wrestling so much stronger because they get to live through a perceived war by a certain section of the fan base, And so I'm down with that. But if you can only dish but not take, fuck out of here, Like we don't want you. I don't want to support your shit. That's the way I look at it. But anyways, Raj Giri says streaming once again dominated broadcast and cable in June with 46% of TV viewing being streamed versus 41.9% for cable and broadcast. So again, Goldberg bitching like, bro, YouTube's crushing everything else. So be happy they uploaded your speech to fucking YouTube. And he says, as for the major streaming services, YouTube and Netflix dominated. WBD Max was at the bottom of all the major streaming services for June, just behind Peacock. So again, anybody who's not a fucking completely full-blown goddamn redact understands, and who hasn't crashed and burned their fucking careers in the last 2 years, understands that they just don't touch WWE. Dynamite can't be hundreds of thousands of viewers yet. It could happen one day. It can't be on there. It just can't, man. And so WBD had 1.4%. Now, if you guys remember, we covered different charts of this same chart before. And if you guys remember, we chronicled it here at PWT before they had Max, I believe, and then Discovery Plus or whatever the fuck. They were separate, man. And WBD's numbers were so low that now they're presented on these graphs as like, oh, they're all the same thing. So whatever happened there. But then now they're talking about, well, we're two different companies now that split into two shits. They're doing some funky shit in WBD, man. I don't know what's going on over there, but they're doing some funky shit, okay? So again, they were trying to present themselves as separate before, but then they're no, we want to be presented as one thing, but now we're like legit two in the mid of 2026. We are fucking two companies, dude. I don't know what's going on there. It's kooky, but WB Discovery specifically, because it's a merger of the Max and Discovery numbers, are so bad that it does 1.4%. YouTube does 12.8 and Netflix 8.3. So it's just that simple. And this is why people like myself, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, this is the thing. I won't claim like, Dave, I studied the business and I know what. This is why I preach to the high heavens. AEW would just be better as a YouTube show. They'd probably find more success. This is why I say this, man. I'm not just talking shit. It's like WWE's on Netflix. The only way to up them would be to get your YouTube game so on point and like blow up on YouTube and shit. I mean, for real, you might as well set up your own website and fucking bring people. Look at all others, 6.7. So like Tony Khan, set up your own website and just host all your shows or whatever the fuck. Have your own whole network with all the indies, everyone wrestles or whatever the fuck. You'd probably find more success even than being on Max. Doing it that way. There might even be like an underground thing that you cultivate where everyone pays $12 a month and you know, like everyone, like you have those 600,000 people. Imagine 600,000 times fucking 12 every whatever the fuck, and it's all yours. And you can just do what you're doing and run these theaters or whatever. It would almost make more sense. So YouTube is like a big play. WWE trips. I know you're listening. Listen, Hunter, Paul, as I know you, right? And Hickenbottom. As you guys, I know you're listening. Do a weekly YouTube show like WWE Speed is on Twitter, right? Women's half-hour wrestling show where you feature 2 women's matches, then if that's what people want. Or an hour-long, here's our dark matches show like AEW is doing, or main event, we're just going to take it off whatever the fuck, and it's a YouTube show now, and if, you know, we'll see if Karrion Kross sees on main event, go pop a number on there type shit, you know? Just do it. You might as well do it. I've been preaching from the high heavens. There's a reason for that, okay? And I'm a dumb fuck, but it's just like, look at what's going, and now Dave's talking about other key demos that are going up in favor of AEW. And it skews higher if you just go 18 to 49. Now he's like the 25 to 52. What has Phil said? It's because it's skewing fucking older, because the people who watch that New Japan shit and who were like fucking 17 when AEW came out are watching AEW and are older now and can afford their own cable or whatever the fuck. But it's like older folk. And now Dave, is he talking about the 18 to 49? Oh, this is the most important demo. Now it's changed to 25 to 52 or whatever. Now why? Because he got schooled by fucking people who really know this shit, and that came out and we all discovered it at the same time, Dave. Now you want to try and sound fucking smart? It's so annoying. It's so fucking annoying. It's so annoying. Anyways, so Mike Santana, we talked about him earlier. And he talks about his departure from AEW. Now listen to this grind. Listen to this hustle right here. Listen to this business right here. Okay? He talks about why he got the fuck out of there. And he had to get into a physical altercation with Angel Ortiz, who was like, nah, bro, let's just chill. And now what are we seeing from Angel? He's working out, getting in the best shape of his life, doing interviews like, yeah, man, I'm ready. I mean, whenever they need me. And he's responding to fucking people on the internet going, yeah, I'm ready too. I'm ready to be on TV too. Angel, you should have listened. Santana was trying to save your guys' asses. However, even though a relationship may have been sacrificed, which hopefully it gets mended one day, I truly hope and pray it does. But whatever you guys want to call it, the universe, the way things work out, God, whatever, works in ways where this motherfucker got in that fight with Angel and he left on his own. And then because of that, he's about to be a world champion. And he's like a hot commodity right now, you know? Let's listen to Santana and what he has to say.
Ultimately, why did you decide to leave AEW?
I'm the type of person that I need constant growth in my life, and especially in this line of any line of work, right? If you're not growing, then what are we doing? Right. And ultimately, that was the ultimate case. I was just a lot of unhappiness, a lot of, you know, things that I just wasn't about. And ultimately, business is business, right? And I'm a brand the same way that they're a brand. And I was like, I need to take care of my brand.
The same way I'm a brand, Eric.
And I need to continue growing, because this wrestling thing, this is my life. I've dedicated everything to this, you know? So, I'm also not the type of person that I could just sit and.
I know Bischoff has seen my tweets and liked them or like quote tweeted them and responded like always favorably, right? As you guys have seen on the show. I wonder if he's seen any like me doing Conrad or anything. I always wonder.
Collect a paycheck. That's just not me.
Might be harder unless there's like clips of me doing it out there, you know?
never has been. So it was just about that time, and there was no heat, there was no hard feelings. There was, it is what it is. That's the wrestling business. People come, people go, right? And I looked at it as like, I need to do what's best for me and my career and my life and my sanity.
Yeah.
And I did exactly that. Was I worried? Was there fear and stuff? Yeah, of course. I'm leaving a guaranteed paycheck of a lot of money. I have a family. But me having done the work on myself, I knew the work that I was willing to put in to get to where I wanted to be. And look, I'm in the main event at UBS, right?
Did they try to keep you?
So I had asked for my release multiple times.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. When I came back and like I had the short feud and match with my ex-partner. And then after that, like they stopped bringing me to TV. So I was like, yo, just get me out of here. I'm good. Like let's just whatever. And like I asked maybe like 2 or 3 times. And then finally, they granted me my release.
Yeah, so he asked 2 or 3 times. They finally granted his release. Luckily, he didn't make a stink or make noise or do anything, question Tony Khan or anything. So Tony couldn't be like, I'm just going to freeze you and get rid of your fucking merch and all this shit, right? But yeah, shout out Mike Santana. We have more from him as well as the evening rolls on. But let me check in with chat here. So Thomas Moore for 5 says, Mama Wayne is my wrestling crush. Yeah, dude. No shit.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Good for her. Good for her. So train of thought, let's read some chat here. The last time I saw him is when they had to do a match against each other. Time for a PWT impressions compilation. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody's like started a channel where they just fucking, like clip my shit. The clippers of the clipper, right? Facts. Cashman A, he was on Raw, but just okay. It's okay. They got their power meters back up after the death match. Full health by Wednesday. Yeah, no one's affected. No one's got a fucking bandage on their forehead or anything. Has Darby already been out? That's Roddy's wife out there right now. Say it's okay. No one saw it. This is literally a video game match. WCW was so much better. 10 minutes left in Dynamite, now getting to a trios match. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, let's get back into things. Chat, where are we at? We're not even on 100 fucking likes on the clip channel. Jesus Christ. Ladies and gentlemen, doing a run-in. Tony Khan. No. Let's move along here with some news. So speaking of Tony Khan, he reveals how Triple H double-crossed him in AEW back in 2022. So this is like the height of Tony Khan talking shit about WWE. And he says this is a double cross, right? He says, we had agreed that FTR would go down and wrestle Roosh and Dralistico. And then something happened during the day where Dragon Lee was in there. I was up doing a show in Denver that day. I talked to FTR and they said, there's some kind of strange stuff going on here. And then right after Dynamite ended, that match went off and they announced that Dragon Lee was signing with WWE and he still had FTR's name on the plate. So it was really a double cross. That would never happen now. That's one of those things that would never happen now. Salvador and I are brothers. I don't believe he would ever betray me like that, and I would never betray him like that. We are never switching allegiances mid-show. So was Salvador in charge of AAA at that time? Because if that was the case, or is he, whatever the fuck, listen, dude. Or no, CMLL, right? Him and Salvador, right? So here's the problem, right? Tony, you were in the height of your talk shit phase. WWE pulled one over on you a little bit, but AEW's not like, we're doing the switcheroo, like you're putting it, dude. And maybe there's some of that because they don't want to blow up their fucking spot, okay? And WWE was, I don't know if as far back as 2022, but they were looking at some Mexican promotions for a while. Here's the thing. Was it a double cross, or were they just trying to not to hurt your fucking feelings and save his announcement for last or whatever? And they're just trying to be like, well, we're the company that has all the company. Like, it's Mexico, bro. Shit's wild down there. So he announced he did his WWE thing, but I don't know, dude. Tony just taking it overly personal at a time where he was talking mad shit, like the pinnacle of his shit talk. And didn't like Jericho get drunk on Christmas and tweet out a bunch of shit or something too? Like, this was right around then in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, chat. So yeah, when he's doing all the bald asshole stuff, like, Tony, you're taking it too personally when you were talking all the shit. And they just did, oh, we're signing Dragon Lee, and they tried to like not hurt your feelings. FTR's down there, who cares? Anyways, so this guy had this to say to Anthony Bowens. He's like, please ditch the baseball references and gimmick. It didn't work for Abe Knuckleball Schwartz, and fans are... So he's an old guy. It didn't work for old Abe Knuckleball Schwartz, and fans are less likely to resonate with it now, Shunny. You don't need that kind of retro gimmick. Even Randy Savage didn't bring his baseball background into his character. And Anthony Bowen said, my baseball references have led to partnerships with the San Francisco Giants and potentially an AEW partnership between the organizations, as well as 3 other events that I'll be taking part in this year representing AEW. Bowens, listen, daddy, that's good for AEW, but fucking don't put them above you, because they'll just build these relationships, then cut your throat down the line. Tony will do that. So just build them for you. I like that you're saying you got your partnership first, which could lead to one for them. Handle all 3 of those events, Bowens. Do all of them that way, okay? You get the money, and if they want AEW, they'll call you about AEW. Thanks for your input. I am the pride of pro wrestling. Yeah, I don't know. I like Bowens though. Like, he wasn't a complete and utter asshole here to this guy either. He was just like, don't diss my baseball shit. Although I don't know why he's worried about him liking baseball. The fuck? So Mike Santana has asked whether he shares Matt Hardy's view that WWE's partnership with TNA is intended to hurt AEW. Let's see what Santana thinks.
I had Matt and Jeff in a couple weeks ago, and I asked Matt about this, and I said, why do you think this? Why is WWE doing this? And he's like, let's just be real. Like, they're trying to hurt AEW. They're trying to prop up TNA and help TNA get better to hurt AEW. Do you believe that, or do you think there's another reason?
I wouldn't say that I believe that, but again, like, I feel like partnerships help everyone. I feel like it's everyone wins. You know, the wrestlers, the fans. I feel like right now with the TNA and NXT stuff, like, TNA is getting a whole lot more exposure with dealing with WWE, and a lot of the NXT dudes coming over to TNA are getting exposure, getting more experience working with more experienced guys. So everybody's winning, right? For me personally, like, I don't even look at stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm always in the mode of like, let's just work, put out the very best product that we could. Screw everything else, man. All the other bullshit doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it's a good approach to it, man. And yeah, I mean, it could be to directly fuck with them, but Anthem really wanted that shit too. You know, it's not like people over there didn't work hard for that, or like Abyss. Like, okay, Jeremy Borash, what? Abyss, what? Like, these people go over and work in WWE after their time in TNA, and you know, there's a reason for that, and there's a reason they're successful and they do well. And yeah, I just think that it was inevitable. Like, once WWE was okay with mentioning TNA on their TV, and TNA started letting them use footage way before AEW was even a thing, I feel like that is what made it inevitable that we would start to see more, like, possibly a crossover one day. When Mickie James, under Vince McMahon's guise, Mickie James was in as the Impact Knockouts Women Champion or whatever the fuck in the Rumble. Like, this was already starting to happen more and more. But this official partnership, is it to hurt AEW? I mean, I'm sure WWE goes, well, one of the benefits, like Santana saying, it helps everyone. Well, behind the scenes, it helps too. And maybe WWE goes, well, one of the benefits is if we help them pop off, then it hurts AEW more. That could be it, but it's not the primary focus. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like, well, we're buying AAA and shit too. I feel like Triple H, way before Vince got out of power, Triple H showed this in NXT Gold. He tried to procure the best talent from all over the globe and the best indie talent that aren't in WWE and TNA guys and shit. And he brought them all under one roof and made them into WWE superstars. That was always his vision. So Vince or AEW or none of that would have stopped Triple H, I don't think, from playing out this vision once he took power, which I think we've all known he was going to take power for a long time. With Vince in charge, it would have went to Trips eventually. With Vince out of the way, it goes to Trips automatically. He's the only guy, I think, who knows the ins and outs enough to like operate it at its highest peak, like he's been doing, you know, the way like Vince could have. Let's say they caught a heat wave. Let's say Vince went, I'm done in creative, but he's running the business shit. Like Trips is doing all that too with Nick Khan. They have Nick Khan in there. He has a lot of help, right? People wear hats that maybe Vince used to wear, but at the same token, you got to give him his flowers, and you got to give TNA their flowers for like sort of mending that fence way before any of this too, you know? Legendary announcer and WWE Hall of Famer Jim Ross has revealed that he's recovering from a bad fall. So chat, I was happy he was at All In. I made the joke like, Jim, please don't fall. Like, you know, they need to be like flying him on a plane and rolling him around and like, you know, in like a fucking padded chair and just taking care of this guy. Dude, he fell. Okay. So he says that it was complicated by the fact he had misplaced his phone. And he said, I had a hell of a fall and soft tissue. I didn't break anything, I don't think, but I had a bad fall and I didn't have my phone. Didn't have any way of communicating. I just went to bed and it was challenging. To this very minute, I'm still sore. The older you get, the slower you heal, but I'll make it. I'll be all right. Just praying for you, Jim, man. Stay healthy. Tony Khan, if you ever wheel this motherfucker out anywhere again, and I don't see like he's being carried on a throne. You know what I mean? Like this motherfucker, you know, I'm okay if he's like, nah, I want to get out of the house and do so. I'm going to let Jim run. If he's like, fuck you, kid, I want to smoke a cigarette, by God. Okay, the man's lived so much life. He's defeated cancer. He's lost people he's loved. He's having these bad, like he can do what he wants. At some point, it's like, fuck it, you know? And I respect that in a man. I really do. Sometimes he's not a bad person, right? He's just like, fuck you. I've lived enough life, you know? I'm gonna fucking have a goddamn cigarette. What do you want me? You're gonna tell me not to? Who's gonna tell him? Right? Nobody. So he's a legend, goddammit. But if he wants to go and do a show, great. But like, put him in a fucking padded suit, private plane, wheel him. You know, it's like the Pope, dog. Like, can a feather touch this dude? And we better make goddamn sure of it. Why is he alone? Send someone fucking get him a lady to accompany him to help him find his phone. Right, Tony? No. Shout out Jim Ross, and I just hope he's doing well. That's all. So Tony Khan recently revealed that he believes I can't even do it. Where's my water? Oh my God. He believes that MJF is AEW's version of Stone Cold Steve Austin, but with a white collar twist. In the same interview, Khan also said Moxley is AEW's version of Ric Flair. Are they fucking Ric Flair or Stone Cold? Is that even a good fucking comparison, dude? And like, while I'm saying this, the Bumba Clock Club, again, just attacking Hangman and shit. So at least they stuck to that. Moxley's there and he doesn't give a fuck that he lost the title. It doesn't change any of his actions. I'm okay with that, AEW. That's the right character choice. And now it's going to lead to Darby versus Mox, though. And then we'll get to Darby for the title. And Darby's just like full-blown Sting, just appearing on the roof with the spotlight. But he's not down there to help fight. So it is what it is. He doesn't have his skateboard. He was a skater boy. He said, see you later, boy. He's going to climb Mount Everest. So Tony Khan was asked if Hangman Page was always the guy planned to beat Moxley. And Khan said, I don't have to answer that. Now, we know that it was a last minute plan. So it doesn't matter if he says that because of the story that broke from all the dirt sheets saying that Hangman and Bruv were like, you win, no, you win, no, you win, no, you win. Right? But with that being said, at the same time, Tony doesn't need to answer the stupid ass question, so I'm okay with his answer. But I just it's like you can just answer one thing for honestly for once, and he doesn't give anything during interviews. We covered it on the last show where Tony Khan like spoke to the fans before All In on Twitter. He made like a 10-minute video, and all it was him doing like a business pitch type like why you should watch AEW. I'm like, how do fans, this is so not interactive, it's uninteresting. Like, why the fuck aren't people watching this? It had like 37,000 views or something. It's like if Triple H did this, it'd have millions of views, dude. And it would feel more personal and shit. Like personable. But Tony Khan, man, he just doesn't, and not, I don't mean Tony Khan, man, like people call him. I just say man and dude and shit, bro. Guy, my guys. But, you know, he just doesn't ever really give answers. Everything's a non-answer with him. And it's like, well, then why do I care? Like, tell me why I should care. Don't just be like, well, we had a great Super Card of Honor with a great match and a great finish to the match. And everything was great. It was so great. Everything was absolutely great. And it was super. You know, what's going on with Punk? I can't answer that. What's going on? You know, I can't answer anything. Yo, is this a last minute decision? I can't answer that. Now, this guy's asking to like pull your card almost, Tony. He knows the answer because, well, if we're to believe all these dirt sheet stooges that you're pal with, then we know like our wrestlers were like, no, you win, bruv. No, you win, partner. No, you win, bruv. No, you win, partner. Like they couldn't even determine who wanted to win the title and shits, or who wanted to win that tournament or whatever the fuck. So either way, let's hear what Tony Khan has to say.
Things happened along the way that changed the flow, but certainly Hangman Page.
Hangman was always the guy.
I don't have to answer.
See, look, it's so cringe. It's like certainly things changed along the way, but was Hangman always the guy? I don't have to answer that. Or no. Rewind it again. I just botched. He says fucking, was it Hangman? Or like plans certainly changed along the way. And then he says, but certainly Hangman. What, Tony? Was he factored in? Was he what? So the guy sort of finishes the sentence to get confirmation. So he was planned the whole time, right? And then that's when Tony goes, I don't have to answer that. Meaning no, because you were just going to try and bullshit out and go, well, certainly Hangman was factored into a big spot and All In, and it was great. That's what you were going to fucking say. But he diverted your bullshit back into his specific answer. Give me a specific, because that's the reporter's job. And he fucking, Tony gets like almost irritated by that. We're going to play it back, but he gets like, he's like, his eyes close. He's like, I don't have to answer that. I don't have to answer that. No, I don't have to answer that. Dad said I don't have to answer that. Right? And he's like, I don't have to answer this shit. Meaning the answer is no. Otherwise, you just say, yes, that's the point I was making, but you interrupted me, pal. So here we go.
Things happened along the way that changed the flow, but certainly Hangman Page.
Hangman was always the guy.
I don't have to answer that. But I do think that Hangman Page has stepped up in the past year and clearly was the right choice.
It could have been Ospreay. It could have been fucking... He's just flying by the seat of his fucking pants, man. He's in no shit. 100K four-way fight tonight. So we had Aminata, Thekla, Chris Statlander, Willow Nightingale, and then we saw Thekla aligned with Julia Hart and Sky Blue as the spooky Spider Girl clique, which is cool, whatever. But 100K four-way fight. It's just thrown together, random 2K booking again, right after All In. And he also had like an 8-man tag bullshit. And the Observer has this to say: AEW talent reportedly feel very, very unhappy with AEW All In, and there's reportedly a sense that AEW has turned things around, according to the Observer. So if they turn things around, then I was right, and things were fucking going in the wrong direction, you stupid idiots who fucking call me a shill or just say I hate on AEW.
Stupid idiot.
So that means AEW and all of them agree that things needed to be turned around? Huh. So we're not just shill, dumb fuck WWE defenders. We're not just all AEW haters, Dave. So the locker room and your sources and everyone believe things are turned around. So you have been shilling and we've all been right and it needed to be turned around.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Is that what you're saying?
You fucking mark.
Huh. Feels good to be right. Hate to say I told you so, but like, what the fuck does that even supposed to mean? So we were right. So things needed to be turned around per them, or else did it turn around in a bad way? Huh. We'll see, Dave. You fucking moron. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW news all together with an Ichi Nissan. That's what we do. Okay, let's check in with chat. Joining me on the show for our next segment is everyone's favorite, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
You guys deserved that one. What can I say? Let me check in with chat for a bit. Okay, guys, so we're not going to get to 200 fucking likes on the clips. So if we get to 7K subs, so tell a friend, share the clips around, do what you got to do. 7K subs before Slammiversary goes down, I will go live for Slammiversary, okay, on the Clips channel. So tell a friend, tell your mom. Get your alts, pull a Tony Khan, get your alts to sub, all that. So where do we start here? Oh my goodness, man. We have so much in this last segment of the evening, and I know you're ready for it. It's going to be a great and powerful one. Guys, if you're on X, come on over and watch on youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Vote in our poll. Do you think Goldberg goes to AEW? I don't know. But the shit he was saying about WWE, I don't know. Guys, become a member, 99 cents. You can gift a membership. You get access to my Monday shows, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Super chats are welcome. Give me a like, a dislike, leave a comment, a good comment, a bad comment, don't fucking matter. YouTube's got an auto filter anyways, so you guys are screwed anyways. But haters are fucked anyways, because I mean, they can't talk that much shit. No. It's all good. Love the haters too. And yeah, thank you guys all for tuning in. I mean, last weekend I streamed so goddamn much. And then today for Wednesday, Dynamite wasn't really shit, chat. Don't you agree? Like that was just another episode of Dynamite. Darby's little return there. It's not, he just stood off in the balcony. He's pulling a Sting. It's just too little too late, man. You know, I just don't know. But it was more WWE-ish. So if everyone says that Dynamite cooked, then it was like a super WWE style show, dude. They even gave Fletcher like a solid TV match win, which is shit they'd usually do in WWE. So we're getting flutes in the chat. Yeah, I know you guys are ready for it. Darby is the newest Sting. If Sting was 100 pounds lighter and no star power and was gay. Chat, Jesus. I don't think he'll get it. I think he wants an AEW payday. Thank God for the mute button. Someone needs to take a Tony Fierce creativity sign to Chicago. I wish WWE had got Tekla. No, I'm good with her there because they'll like scoop her up after, you know, and they'll give her time to like actually flex what she can do. How do you turn things around every week? That's what I mean. Every week, the feeling, the new, it's turned around. It's the morale, the feeling, it's turned around. Okay. All right, now I'll like, okay, there you go. Some people hold the likes hostage right? And that's fine too. But we need to get to 7K subs, okay? And then we'll do the show. I think that's the way to do it. Okay. So make sure you guys tell a friend. We're above 100 likes. Yeah. Once Jericho comes, we get above. So it's a race, right? It's a race. It's a race. I just watched Rat Race recently. I think I told you guys that again, we stand and we won't fall. The Bucks are less likable than the Menendez brothers. All right. They already have nothing for Spider-Girl. You think AEW could try some new storylines instead of rehashing Page and Co. versus the Boar Horsemen? We're going to get another death match versus Hangnail and the Dick the Boozer and the yeah, dude. We're just gonna get like here's Death Riders with some Japanese guys against Hangman and Swerve and Osprey and those and a couple other Japanese guys in a fucking Blood and Guts or whatever, right? Like here's Ibushi again or whatever. They're just gonna like roll out fucking Ishii and Shibata or some shit. It's disappointing. Instant transmission. I need that sound. Okay, I checked in with chat enough, right? Are we good? I need to really like get some liquids in me. Right? So let's do, someone pour me up another shot of whiskey? We might as well, dude. We did 2. We might as well do 3, 4, hit the floor, right? Oof. There we go. All right. So. Some ice water to follow that. It's a little spicy. Okay. Here we go. Let's get into everybody's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Seth Rollins gets quote unquote injured. I'm skeptical, fry eyes looking at that thing. Like, I don't know about that. Meltzer said what tweets this out a couple days ago. Says that there's 3 versions of reports on Seth Rollins' knee injury from SNME. I think I talked about this on the Monday show, but he was like DMing me shit. So I was trying to explain this, but we were live and he does a better job. So F4W said there's a combination of a leg injury and angle. Post said that it's a worked injury angle. And then PWI and Fightful say it's a legit injury. Now, out of those 3, I'm going to be honest. Now, PWI recently has been accused of lifting stories. And Fightful, I mean, you guys know. But honestly, if I'm going to trust Post or F4W or PWI Fightful, I'm going to trust PWI Fightful. But with that being said, like, I'm just saying objectively, as far as like if I'm hearing 3 outlets and you have 2 different outlets with sort of the same thing, okay, maybe I'm going to lean that way. However, man, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm just looking at it all I'm not looking at the sheets and taking their opinions. I'm looking at what what I'm seeing on the show and what I'm seeing from what Triple H and Seth are saying and shit. Okay. And I'm looking at it skeptically, but I just hope he's not really hurt, but think about when Liv was hurt. It wasn't, oh, it's too swollen, so they didn't do shit. And we don't even have a diagnosis yet. Or what is it, a prognosis, or some fucking doctor or nurse is going to be in the chat. Like, it's actually a fucking whatever, okay? But, yeah, whatever it is, you'd think they would at least have, like, some sort of, this is what we think it is, or it's nothing. Nothing has been diagnosed or whatever the fuck. So I hope he's okay. I'm just going to throw that out there because I don't want anyone to be like, you said it was a work when really it fucking, like, come on. We don't know. That's the beauty of wrestling, though, and WWE right now. You don't know if it's a work or a shoot. WWE's been doing that brilliantly lately, so I pat them on the back, but I fucking, I just think they would know at least what's wrong with it by now. Too swollen? Come on, man. We knew like the next day Liv was set for surgery. She's out this long, da-da-da. Seth, they're bringing him to Birmingham. You guys are like, well, they have the best people out there. The best people to where it's too swollen and they don't have a fucking machine that can x-ray it and look at what the fuck's going on. I don't know about all that, man. So here's what Dave had to say, or Brian Alvarez. I'm not sure. I didn't listen to this clip. I saved it for the show.
Everyone thinks that everyone's insisting that it's real.
It's Dave. Yes. Chat. High five.
John Pollock said what he said, and I tried to get a confirmation from someone, if John Pollock was mistaken, and they would not say that. So I can say that much.
Well, there is also another scenario, so I asked around a lot today as well, and there were also people that listened to the show last night, and everyone is insisting that he's hurt. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone is insisting that he is hurt.
Yeah.
And we were told he was hurt, and everyone's saying, yes, he's hurt. And then there's also the John Pollock story. Well, there is a third option, which somebody today told me.
Dave, fucking poor Brian, dude. He can't even fucking get a word out. Well, they told me today. I'll tell you what the third thing is, because, bro, let him fucking say it. And then unless you're going to say something entirely different that you want to add to it, like, what the fuck?
What happened? They say that what is going on is.
But Dave wants to shut down this last thing for whatever reason. That gives me motivation, or not motivation. That gives me motive to believe that Dave. Here, let's listen to Brian. I can explain this better with context.
The reason that these stories are conflicting is because he is hurt, but what happened on.
He was hurt before. Why is Dave so like he's hurt? It's gotta be he's hurt and shit. It makes me go, fuck Dave. He ain't really hurt, you know? That's what I'm trying to get to. I can't believe Dave for whatever reason. Okay. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt earlier in the show, guys. So rewind and look at that if you don't believe me. I'm fence sitting Phil. I give everyone their due. I give everyone their shake. Why is Meltzer so he is hurt? He is hurt. You know what I mean?
Saturday was a storyline, meaning
you can't even let Brian just say it. He's got to know what is that. Now I believe you're being worked, Dave, because you're a fucking schmuck.
He is hurt,
but he did the
but
match.
He did not get hurt on that spot. That spot was a cover.
So Brian's saying he was already hurt. He needed his knee worked on. They figured a way to do it in the match to make a storyline out of it. And that, I actually like that from Brian. Brian actually trying here. And this is why I think Dave's trying to shut this down. Are you guys ready?
Brian.
I think Dave's trying to shut this down because or maybe, I don't know if Dave concurs with this, actually. I'm maybe speaking out of my ass, but I'll just give Brian his due here instead of taking an opportunity to shit on Dave, although it's hard to pass one up. I think Brian here should get his due because, yes, WWE will play 4D chess like this, and this could be why I feel my spidey senses are going, we're getting worked here. It is kind of a work, but it's just to cover up when and where. Like, he could have injured it running, right? Just doing cardio, and then it's tweaked, and it's not serious, but he's not hurt so bad that he can't work. But at the same time, though, let me ask you guys this. Let's say it's so bad where he needs some time off. Or does he need to rest up because people are banged up, like I've been telling you? And it's not even like, oh, there's an injury. He's like, I'm banged up, trips. I don't want to get Chad Gabled. You know what I mean? Like, people are banged up. EO had to take a bunch of time off. I'm not saying she was injured either. But listen, man, she was putting on fucking stellar matches before she got the belt, had a bit of time, put on another stellar match at Evolution, right? Chad Gable took his time. Ludwig's doing the El Grande. Ray's banged up, man. People are banged up. People who were wrestling a lot on TV were banged up. You don't see the Creed brothers wrestling every week again, right? So all I'm saying is this. Let's say Seth was banged up and took some time, and it's not a real injury, but they're working an injury to give him some time, or maybe he's filming. We don't even fucking know. Well, actually, maybe we know because WWE's so mainstream now. Whenever WWE, this is how you know WWE's so mainstream again. Whenever something WWE, like someone's cast in a WWE shit, they report on it like WWE star and these other people are in this movie. That's how you know how over it is again. Truly, you know, with social media too, like them being on Snapchat and Instagram and all that shit, TikTok and YouTube, their YouTube game being so strong. I believe that helped get WWE popular again as well with the Volt stuff. And if you really look at the WWE YouTube before they whipped out the Volt and the WCW channel, they were dropping bombs on there too. But then they're like, well, we could do this on another channel. Like they figured out the game. But either way, I'm going off on a tangent. I think that's a possibility as well. And I give Trine Bryan his due that it's like maybe Seth's like, I need to rest up a bit, because face it, let's say his knee was torn off. Let's say it's a bad injury. So he went out there and did that match, looked not injured, did moonsaults and all this shit, and then was like, oh, I'm hurt now. Right? So it can't be like a surgery level fucking, unless it's like a nagging one where he's had a surgery plan for a long time or whatever the fuck. But it could just be, I need time to rest. Let's fake my knee. I've had that injured twice. You know? I appreciate Brian for bringing it to the table, and I think that's why Dave was trying to shut him down quick and be like, well, it isn't it. That's my opinion. Anyways, moving along.
For an injury that he has, which he will have worked on, and they are in Birmingham. And so the idea that it was suggested was he will be out of action for a little while, but they're going to say 9 months or whatever, full, they'll give this whole thing, but he will be back much sooner than that.
And then cash in, blah, blah, blah. So that's probably why but here's the thing. I say it like, I'll fucking stooge what you tell me, bro. So don't say like, I won't stooge you said it, but fucking if you say it, I'm going to likely bring it I'm going to say it on YouTube, you know? Fair warning, like I'm not a news guy. There's no validity that I lose or gain by reporting news. That's not my job, right? So I report shit or I journal shit if you want to technically, but I'm just going off what you guys are saying. So for him to stooge this storyline too, Brian, what are you doing? Like, why do you guys get off on like stooging all the shit that's to come? Just say like, from what I heard, it's legit or whatever, but he's like laying out the whole storyline in fantasy mark booking the way we would. And I just think as a news hound, maybe that's not the move, but they don't care. They just want to diminish WWE ultimately.
So actually that would cover every base.
That storyline makes that, I'll just say that makes the most sense.
There you go. Dave agreeing. Dave, I tip the hat, but let's hear if the next word out of his mouth is but. Let's hear.
Because one of the things.
Oh, it was because we were close. Let's see if we get a but.
I was told was.
What I was told after the fact. I hate that hindsight bullshit too.
Say that makes the most sense because one of the things I was told was basically that the cash-in will come out of nowhere.
Yes.
Every fucking cash-in comes out of nowhere. Oh, yeah. I was actually told that the WWE cash-in will be out of nowhere, Brian. Can you believe that? Breaking news. The Money in the Bank cash-in will be a surprise. Whoa. Who would have thought? What a wacky fucking concept.
Dummy. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you believe that, Brian?
It makes
so
sense.
ultimately they could say we weren't lying. He was hurt.
No, they don't need to say we weren't lying. It's Carney Pro Wrestling, you fucking geeks. What are you talking about? No, they don't need to even say that because the whole point of pro wrestling is lying to people. Hey guys, I'm gonna tell you something. The whole point, here's a little secret between me and you guys. The whole point of pro wrestling is working marks. Whoa, crazy. Dave, you just discovered wrestling. You and Brian right there. Whoa. Worlds collided, bro. There's a new universe. Holy shit. The apple cider way. I'm fucking stupid. I don't even know what I'm saying. Listen, the whiskey way, I should say. Listen. Whoa. They discovered pro wrestling. Holy shit. They don't have to say that they're lying. Yeah, no shit. They don't give a fuck even if they are. Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah.
But he wasn't hurt on that spot.
They think like they think it's like the IWC where being right fucking, I was right about this and like we're the best because we're just the right about stooging all the stuff. The fuck? They don't care. What are you talking about?
I mean, it could be.
It could, Brian. So, wow, that was way juicier than I thought it was going to be. Let's continue along here. On the Observer Live, Brian said that Adam Cole concussion situation was so serious that Cole was prepared to announce his retirement from wrestling that night at All In. According to Alvarez, cooler heads prevailed, And Cole ultimately decided that he was not in the right headspace to make such a permanent decision. First off, it's wrestling. Retirements aren't forever. We don't care. Secondly, cooler heads prevailed, meaning someone was talked him out of not retiring and still wrestling backstage. Like, what's going on back there? Now, I, along with hopefully people smarter than I, are going to put together something that's hopefully a video or maybe a stream I do or something that maybe talk about this a little bit further and stuff like that, you know? And, you know, allegedly. Medical is, like, it's not so great. The medical hasn't been, I mean, you have multiple instances, as MJ brought up, of people getting concussed and then not being dealt with like appropriately. And this is like a family who owns like NFL and soccer teams and shit, and they understand the severity of this. But I don't know, man. We're going to talk about this more in the future, so look out for more of this stuff in the future, okay? Because we might do a run-in about it or something, okay? We'll figure that out down the line. So Nick LoPiccolo, man, he gets into it with Dave Meltzer, okay? And so this guy, Mike Carroll, says, I still can't believe that any sane person would hire this guy to be their agent, talking about Nick LoPiccolo. So Niccolo says, you wrote a whole essay to say nothing, right? So we're going to go down the Twitterception here until we get to the... so this guy here, Robert Lentini, says, it's not like it was a surprise death match, though. It was advertised beforehand. So this is... we covered this on the show, okay? Nick LoPiccolo, he's an agent at Paradigm. He's the president of the sports section or whatever the fuck, the sports department, okay, the sports division. And he represents people, I guess, like Punk and like these other wrestlers, right? Or has represented them, whatever. And so he starts like going off about AEW and talking all this shit. And it's really funny. And yes, people with close ties to Punk would love to get back at AEW. You know, and people, it's now there's a decision that was made, like, we're going to step on the throats of AEW. Paradigm represents WWE guys, so that's the way the cookie crumbles, man. And I broke it down. It's a lot more cutthroat in Hollywood, believe you me, man. It's a lot more cutthroat in the entertainment sectors that get taken actually seriously. WWE up until recently had a hard time being taken seriously, and AEW for sure isn't taken seriously, right? Now here's real dudes who are like, you know, Phil don't gotta tell you this, right? You guys can see. And this guy's heard a pitch or two, right? So he goes, no one in Hollywood saw the advertisements. He responds to this guy because Nick LoPiccolo told his experience about 2023. You know, Tony Khan invites all these execs and big wigs and these agents and all these, you know, eyeballs you want, like you do when you're in LA, bro. You're in New York, you're in LA, you're in these certain places. You invite people. People used to get famous just off of fucking, you know what I mean? Like when Montreal Comedy Festival, everyone's there. All the eyeballs are there. You're doing sets in LA. Everyone's there as a band, let's say, right? You know, Nirvana does a band in a dingy club, but there's fucking execs there. You get famous that way. That used to happen all the time. It still happens to this day where it's like, hey, bigwigs, come out here, right? So he tells his experience. He's like, we drive an hour to Inglewood. We get there. We have to get our bracelets from a fucking, our wristbands from a public place. Many of us had kids. There were no drinks. Usually when we get invited to this shit, it's a VIP experience and all this stuff. And yes, he's big timing. This is what big timers do. So you can be mad at him like, oh, he thinks he deserves all this shit. Okay, who cares if you agree with that part or not? Just listen to what he's saying, though. This is the perspective of those people. Those people matter when it comes to this shit, okay? And he says, no one in Hollywood. So this Mark here is like, oh, the death match was advertised. That doesn't matter. None of these people know what AEW is. That's why Tony invited them there, so they can see it and get a taste of it and go, oh, I might like this or that or this guy. That's the whole point of it, dude. So they don't know. They don't. an IWC mark. Okay. And so he's like, no one in Hollywood saw that advertisement. LOL. They just say a free invite to the Forum Club. That's it. Don't book a Texas death match if you're trying to impress people who lunch at Soho House. Exactly, dude. Fuck. This is the thing, man. Yeah, whatever. He explains it. I'm not going to beat this to death, but exactly, dude. Like, you're talking about people who don't give a fuck about that. They're there to like see if they're there to like potentially see Harley Cameron and go, someone give her $1 million right now and keep her exclusive to, you know what I mean? Someone fucking sign her up and promise her whatever. So, and like, that's what they're looking to do. They're scouting. They're, hey, maybe this AEW thing is worth something. You know what I mean? So they don't give a fuck about that. They didn't see the advertisement. Now here's Dave to write a paragraph that Piccolo follows up and is like, you wrote a novel about nothing, you dumb fuck. Like, even what you're saying in response, what I'm about to read in Meltzer voice, none of this shit matters. None of this matters to any of these people. But Dave doesn't know that because he doesn't study the business. He doesn't study the Wagyu beef or McDonald's business. Okay. And he doesn't know any of these people. Several execs. No, they're like, who is this weird fucking Nat? Get him away from me. This weird wrestling guy. So anyways, Meltzer goes, sorry, you're having a meltdown over AEW not dying. So Dave is such a restart that he like applies this. He's doing what sickos do. He's doing what mentally ill people on social media do, and we see it in every fucking genre. We see it everywhere on social media, where people come in and just say shit that you're not saying. Like, they just say shit you're not even saying. This is stuff like Meltzer's had this argument and argued with other sickos, and we've chronicled it here on the show, where he's like, oh, you just wanted AEW to die, or like Eric Bischoff and these old podcasters said it would die and it didn't, so blah, blah, blah. LoPiccolo isn't one of those guys, dude. So it doesn't matter that Eric Bischoff said it will die or whatever the fuck. Like, why are you applying that to in response to what he's saying? All of this is just your redacted fucking sicko war on Twitter, Dave. This doesn't reflect reality, which is what Piccolo's trying to reflect. Okay? Or depict, rather. Anyways, I digress. Dave goes, and I know firsthand that type of match is a negative to some. You know firsthand. Dave, you're not in the fucking business. You know firsthand why, because you gave it 12 stars. Fuck. And it was more over the line than Hell in a Cell with Drew versus Punk. That said, as far as generally offending some people, the people offended by one would be offended by the other. What the fuck are you even talking about, bro?
Ryan.
What is he saying? One offended by one would be offended by the other, young Padawan. Dave's fucking Yoda over here. Like, what are you talking about, bro? He said this in response to how WWE treats these people, and he was highlighting like how AEW treats them in comparison to WWE and how they're treated by WWE. So none of the people would be offended by anything WWE. They'd be like, what a relief. What a fresh, oh, they treat us so well compared to that other place. Dave says, and obviously the people who like one would likely like the other. So you're trying to say that right, Dave. So and this is the problem. People point this out about you and you go, no, I'm objective. I'm the observer. But then you're applying this to him. Well, if you like WWE more, you would like that experience more. Dave, he brings kids to WWE. He doesn't see people get shanked in the fucking head, and there's drinks and food, and they appreciate him. They treat him like a partner and part of the family because he represents a plethora of their talent, and they need to work together in the long run on like scheduling and shit. Right? And he doesn't appreciate being ignored, put in a shitty ass room with no bartender, and his kids going, "Daddy, I want chicken fingers," and then him watching a fucking hypodermic needle get shoved through a guy's face. Dave, you understand the difference? We're talking real Hollywood type, bro. That's why this guy doesn't give a fuck too. People are like, why is he doing this? Well, because he represents WWE guys and he's a WWE fan and he's friends with WWE guys and he doesn't give a fuck. And he's probably seen the sickos on here for ages talking all this shit. And he's like looking at his salary going, well, they just promoted me to head of fucking sports, whatever. Fuck these guys. You know what I mean? He don't give a fuck. And that's what happens when people in Hollywood stop giving a fuck. Look at Mel Gibson. Dude's making Passion of the Christ 2, dog. They gave him money for Passions 2, homie. Someone did. Right? And that guy's flown off the fucking rails. That guy don't give a shit, man. Because that's what people are really into at the end of the day. Okay? So, anyways, Meltzer says, I have close friends now that don't like AEW or WWE, but love Arena Mexico because it directly appears to and doesn't turn off non-fans. And then he says Arena Mexico because that means CMLL. But if you want to criticize that type of match, you have to do it for more than one company because every company of any size but CMLL does stuff like that. And Dave's so interested in getting CMLL over to. It's so fucking stupid. And then Vince Russo says, am I the only one who has no idea what Uncle Dave is saying? And it's crazy. Vince calls him Uncle Dave because that's a fucking cornetism. And then that Piccolo guy drops, I ain't reading all that. I'm happy for you, though. I'm drinking whiskey. I'm happy for you, though, or sorry that happened. So hilarious. And then that Piccolo guy goes, you wrote that whole essay to say nothing. Dave literally said nothing there. And he goes, everyone with a brain larger than that of a chipmunk understood. No, Dave, they really don't, because you block people and get mad at people for saying that you're more biased to AEW. So you can't spurg out and go on this fucking dumb rant that also, by the way, like is offensive to anyone who's passed the fucking 10th grade English class, by the way. Okay. You're not allowed to write this shit spurging out about being biased and tribalism. When that's what people point out to you, then you just block them or say, no, I'm not. I wrote 8 million words 5 years ago that depicts I'm not. So then Meltzer says or Mike Carroll says, I still can't believe that any sane person would hire this guy to be their agent. Oh, man, yeah. Why would any sane person hire a guy who will go fucking bat for you tooth and nail and doesn't give a fuck? Oh, you mean like Ari Gold, the greatest manager of all time? Where's my Entourage fans out there, dude? Where's my Entourage fans out there, dude? Ari fucking Gold, man. You mean like him? Come on now. Dave goes, there are established MMA agents who are going to testify for UFC and theoretically against their clients had the Kung Lee case gone to trial. Think about that for a second. Dave, that's entirely fucking different. It's entirely different. And they didn't. They didn't at the end of the day. But Dave's trying to point out like agents are slime balls and they just do whatever. Which I mean they are. They get 10% of whatever their people make, you know, but or like 5 or 7, depends, whatever the fuck. Standard was 10. I know that it's changed over the years sometimes. But you know, Piccolo, that Piccolo guy, Nick LoPiccolo is his name. Namekian, our favorite Namekian, says, you brought up established MMA agents testifying against their own clients because you can't say that about me. Exactly. That's a lazy straw man, and you know it. There you go. Sorry, not sorry. I nuked your narrative. My clients think you are a joke too, by the way. You know what they say. You know, well, you know, Nick.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
They just all think he's a fucking goof, including the fucking, including all my clients. So like, go look who signed by Paradigm. Oh, shit, man. That's funny. Great shit. And don't forget, guys, as we remind ourselves, the actual news had this to say. The actual investigative news, the AI news, had this to say.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
And anyone hijacking my fucking segment. Jimmy Corderas had to say, curious your thoughts on not spacing the 3 main events and having them back to back to back. And just asking Busted Open like a genuine question. And then Meltzer goes, you mean like every UFC show? Almost every boxing? Like, you can't tell me you're not an AEW fucking shill, dude. Dave is doing this thing where he thinks people are arguing shit that they're not. He just is asking a serious question. And he says, you mean like, this is why Dave has me blocked, because I would have did him dirty like this in public all the time. And he knows that. Like, I'm doing it in public, but on Twitter. And he got ratioed to oblivion. So he says, you mean like every UFC show, almost every boxing and kickboxing show? Well, no, Dave, I guess he says every UFC show. I guess, I mean, they put the BMF title last though, too, which shouldn't usurp other titles, but it does. 95% of pro wrestling shows until WWE and almost 100% in Japan and Mexico, even today. Anyone who the slightest bit of historical knowledge of combat sports would question companies for not doing it, even though I get both mentalities. So Dave is trying to say that AEW is more sports-based or what? Like, why would he even pipe in with this tweet? Jimmy wasn't even responding, talking to him. He's asking a genuine question that's interesting, that people would like Bully Rays and Tommy Dreamers and people who book cards and shit. You know what I mean? Like, people would like to hear Nick Nemeth's or even LaGreca's take on that, Dave, and then you just interject and like pretend that Jimmy's fucking hating or something. And then Jimmy's like, I asked a question in which I wanted to hear their thoughts. Of course, he has to play the whataboutism. Exactly. Dave just flies in, Captain Whataboutism. Card, like every tweet defending the honor of the company he protects endlessly. Yeah, man. So then LoPiccolo is like, you deal in facts, quote, but you're quoting an inflated number from a trade article that was edited after publication. No studio confirmation, no SEC filing. That's not fact. That's PR, Dave. Boom. LoPiccolo dropping fucking. Believe whatever you want. It's a free country. And then Dave says, you do realize that all WWE talent that you rep is making double what they would have had AEW not existed. Being this upset about something that greatly benefits your clients is some kind of weird. See, Dave says this, but I don't know, man. Like, Dave, I bet, attributes WWE's popularity, fanatics, all that shit with WWE. Like, Dave, would WWE be associated with fanatics or not? AEW and WWE's little goofy war has nothing to do with fanatics rising to prominence either and tying all these sports teams together and doing these big events. Would the Saudis be into WWE? Huh? I bet they would have, dog. So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's all this shit that, and they were into it before AEW was ever a thing. So it's like, there's all these outside things that could have got them all paid double what they're anyways, just because of the popularity. The company got popular and then they all got paid more. Yes, AEW came along. And yes, guys like Luke Gallows and them are getting paid more, but now they're releasing people, guy. Dave Meltzer, you dumb fuck. Now they haven't been doubling people's money. Like, they're able to give Blake Monroe less. You dumb fucks are all talking about all the WWE talent you rep, but you're not talking about, well, Blake, like last week, it's Blake Monroe's getting paid less. Stephanie Vaquer took a pay cut. Jordan Grace took a pay cut. That's what you guys are bitching about. So which is it, man? Which is it? Like, I think we're in an era now, 6 years deep, where WWE doesn't have to give people more than they're worth. And that's why Tegan Knox, who was around getting more, get in that inflated period. And then now she's released and she's like, fuck, I can't make as much on the indies. I better get signed up by Tony Khan. Right? So, Dave, you attribute too much to AEW. You really, 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 really do, especially after 6 years. Maybe if this was 5 years ago and you were saying that, I'd be like, word. But nah, dude, not now. Not now. Not now. People, according to you, Dave, are taking pay cuts to go to WWE. So you're capping right now just to try and win an argument. And Switchblade says, and this is where Dave let the mask slip. Thank you, Switchblade, for making this point as well. Go and follow him at Switchblade97. He says he is basically saying Nick LoPiccolo should just toe the line and be happy because AEW is having a supposed $185 million deal is good for business. Doesn't matter if the number is real or not. So Dave doesn't give a fuck. Is ultimately, and here Nick LoPiccolo is a part of the Flute gang. I don't know if you guys heard or not, by the way. Flutes up, motherfucker. Right there, dude. We fluting. We be fluting, dude. So Bix and Span had this to say. He's like, wait, Nick LoPiccolo, the agent for CM Punk, Drew, Liv Morgan, and other WWE wrestlers, is an admitted anti-AEW Twitter troll. And he's been arguing in Dave Meltzer's replies for hours about nobody Hollywood believes that WBD is paying AEW $185 million a year. What in the world? Right? And then he says, hang it in the Louvre. Because this is what I'm telling you, man. These agents, like the same way Tony Khan's a billionaire who grew up and is like, I'm a wrestling mark, man. Let me make wrestling a thing. There's other wrestling marks who are getting prominent who are like not completely redacted, are getting prominent in Hollywood and other areas, are getting prominent on fucking YouTube and social media and stuff like that too, dude. That's why you're seeing a crossover with all these people who are like, I love WWE, man. You know? That's why you're seeing, what's his face? KSI is at the Fanatics thing, and he's like, oh, Christian Cage's music would have slapped. Like, these people have followings and are grown up now and shit, and they have real big boy jobs, and they're going to call your old man ass out, and they're going to call out Bix and Span. Right? They think you're all fucking clowns. This is what I try to tell people, man. Like, people get literal phone calls and threaten to get beat up, and I'll fly and fight you if you think my news is incorrect. People are getting that in the IWC. In the real world, people fucking I know who are real serious people think that shit is stupid. It's the cringiest shit on earth, man. Nobody takes themselves more serious than the fucking IWC and the reaction to this Nick LoPiccolo guy. And it's just point in case right there. And that's why he's been able to nip it all and shut it all down immediately, you know? So Dave Meltzer has hailed Io Sky as the best worker in WWE right now. And Dave says, she's fantastic right now. In the ring, she's the best worker in that company, Brian. That company meaning the world, Dave. So she's the best worker in the world. It's okay. You can admit it. The best in that company. So the number one company in the world got it. So Dave Meltzer had this to say, and Switchblade is hollering at him again. He goes, so Dave says, he responds to Don Stevens, an account who called themselves Don Stevens, which is funny. How much profit do they make weekly, Dave? And Dave says, varies by the week. They've also cut way back on expenses with double tapings or some building tapings. This week, I'd estimate $6 million in expenses and $11.8 million in revenue for the week. But I don't know of sponsorship revenues, so revenue is going to end up higher. And Switchblade says, so Don Stevens asks how much profit AEW makes weekly. Dave responds with the estimated numbers for this week, their biggest week of the year, as if the numbers this week have any bearing on what a normal average week for AEW does. He is a pure shill. Dude, this is snake oil. Like, Switchblade, again, man, you should come on the fucking show, dude. I'm going to hit you up. But, like, this is tremendous, the way you broke that down, too. Exactly. You're taking the fucking biggest week and then going, this week I'd estimate this much. It has no bearing. So this residency, and then you talk about how they saved expenses, which they didn't save expenses for this week. If anything, they fucking spent more out the wazoo for All In, right? And then now they go into residencies. So that's going to greatly decrease the number. But Dave is like, I don't know sponsorship, so the number would be higher, but he's pretending, he's telling a dumb fuck. But Don Stevens could be trolling him. But let's say he is a Dave AEW guy. What Dave is saying to his audience, and this is why his people like me blocked, because I'll fucking smoke him on this. Switchblade smokes him, so he's blocked. And this is the fucking problem, Dave, is that this week you'd estimate that much, and then you say they're cutting costs on all their regular weeks, but your estimate here and the sponsorship money isn't for the regular weeks. You're not doing an average, which is the question this guy asked you. He said, do they make weekly? So the correct answer would be an average, not what you estimate for the all-in fucking week, dude. He's such a shill. It's not even funny. And then dumb fucks will go parrot that, thinking it's every week because they don't know how to fucking read. They're illiterate idiots who fucking try to dox Nick LoPiccolo and shit. And they're going to go repeat that. And you're fueling their anger in this war because they're frustrated because they believe you. And then they see people spitting facts, but their cognitive dissonance, Google that one, won't allow them to accept what reality is because you're preaching some fucking bullshit. And it's a never ending cycle that'll never end. And Dave is the fucking galvanizer here, bro. And so he puts this out. Is WWE or is AEW the bully? Now, we watched Dave melt down here a little bit because Dave can't admit, like what he's trying to do is say that AEW and WWE are on even footing, but WWE's still the bully, which really that doesn't make sense. Like you can't really pick on someone like above you in the pecking order. You know what I mean? It's punching up. So Dave can't admit it's punching up, but he's still trying to explain why WWE was the big bad bullies. And we all know AEW can't be the bullies. That isn't possible. And we know they're not the bullies because they cry like whiny bitches when they get it back. All they can, well, no, that actually is in the IWC, they're bullies. They can dish it, but can't take it. So maybe AEW is the bully in that context and like a psychological, like what a fucking therapist, how they'd break down a bully. But as far as like, you know, they're even footing, which is what Dave is trying to fucking explain here, but he can't explain. He just says like 10,000 times.
Both sides probably think that we're being bullied. Okay. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but they both do because WWE, you know, and I've heard it from them, believe me. Okay.
No, you never heard it from WWE that you think you're being bullied. Stop lying.
WWE believes that it is unfair that this guy has so much money that he doesn't have to make money, even though he does make money.
They don't believe that at all. They don't think it's unfair that he has all this money and doesn't have to make any money. They just think it's goofy. And then what you do is you project, Dave, and then you fucking make it up in your mind and then spit it out. That's the Dave Meltzer spin. Right? And then you spit it out to the universe as if it's fact when it's not fact. This is why you're looking down at the ground with your shark-eyed fucking brain, lifeless, brainless behind the eyes. Shark eyes, dude. Monster-brained fucking goblin this guy's become. Because he's so full of lies. And they don't think it's fair, Dave. And if you've heard anyone express that, they're not sitting there going, it's not fair that he can. They just try to explain to you logistically, well, yeah, but he fucking has all this money. So it's what I say. He's artificially placing himself in the history books. And Dave, you're making it out to be like, they think it's not fair. Everyone agrees that nepotism, guys who can just fucking buy and whatever, that shit is, everyone agrees like that's not fair because it's just not. But it's not like, it's not fair. Tony couldn't make a star if his life depended on it, dude. Okay? So Dave is making that part up and adding it in there.
Doesn't have to make money, even though he does make money. Okay?
And even though he does make money, Dave, he doesn't make money. No one serious other than you thinks he makes money. Nobody's serious, and you're not serious. You're Brock from Pokemon who grew up and got hit in the head by his fucking Geodude. Okay? And that's why you talk like this now. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay?
Heard that for years, and everyone else has. It's not fair that he can lose money by doing this. So he's the bully, you know. And then, of course, Tony's got to think these guys are the bully because they're coming after us all the time from day one, from before the thing even started. You know, they tried to, you know, make sure they signed everybody before, before that they even opened up the company to make sure they wouldn't open up the company. And then once they started.
No, Dave, the company was open because of a bunch of guys who weren't in WWE. They signed up a bunch of people, not so they couldn't open the company, but so that they didn't go to the other company and potentially harm their company. Again, you just change the narrative as you go.
They put NXT on television head to head. And that was, why did they put NXT head to head?
Because they wanted to compete and squish the company.
Because they wanted to make sure that AEW would go out of business. It didn't matter if NXT didn't do good numbers. The only problem is that, when the result.
It clearly mattered that NXT didn't do good numbers, Dave, because they moved it to Tuesday and they revamped it to NXT 2.0 and they completely got rid of what it fucking NXT UK. So clearly it did matter, and you're just making shit up because you're a fucking idiot.
Results were what the results were. How many weeks in a row can you lose without, changing the thing? So that's what happened there. But this thing's happened from day one, and the stronger, if AEW gets competitive or stronger, which they have done this
stronger
year, it's only going to.
They have not gotten stronger this year.
Happen more and more and more, and it's going to happen more until somebody goes and says, you know what, maybe this didn't work.
Maybe what didn't work, and then they are sitting here trying to pretend like
both sides probably think that
WWE's failing at going head to head and all this shit. Like, can you believe this? How he's just sitting here pretending like WWE somehow failed with this Evolution weekend. And remember, we covered it on the show. Brian's like, did they learn their lesson? And it's like, what lesson? They completely stole every headline. This Dynamite was shit. So WSI Network says if this doesn't convince you Meltzer has at least some sort of vested interest in AEW, nothing will, citing awards on his own fucking newsletter. And then Meltzer says 0 lies, 0 subjectivity. And the Observer, see? So again, Dave wants to pretend like he's not acting like what he says goes and it's the objective Observer and all this shit. Observer is far from the only publication to give awards. This is a really bad week for you guys. We covered that. Switchblade said, does anyone know what trend Dave is referring to here? The only trend I've seen is that AEW numbers available to the public are down, while all AEW numbers that only Dave get are up. So in Dave's mind, they're up. Everywhere else, they're down. So this Hayfabe host says his embarrassing exchange with LoPiccolo today proves how grossly out of touch Meltzer is with the current WWE product and its talent. LoPiccolo says if AEW had as many viewers as its fans have burners accounts, Dave's ratings might actually be accurate. Yeah, exactly. Moving along here. So Meltzer said what? Says everyone wants an alternative, but when people don't want what people don't want is Dave Meltzer's sole representation of what pro wrestling is under a completely different set of standards. This is what Meltzer said what? In 2019, chat. In 2019, the fucking GOAT for a reason. This is what he said. Listen to what he said in 2019. In February 2019, the start of 2019. He says, everyone wants an alternative, but what people don't want is Dave Meltzer's sole representation of what pro wrestling is under a completely different set of standards. I'm sure AEW doesn't actually want him turning fans against them by constantly knocking WWE, right, to put them over. See, he perfectly called this shit years in advance, dude. The prophet. Whoa, dude. Fucking Meltzer said, what's Stradamus over here, dude? This is crazy. Time Cop. Fucking Meltzer said, what is Time Cop? He explicitly explained how things are right now in 2019. And then he quote tweets himself and he says this, and yet I predicted back in February 2019 exactly what happened with the fandom and tribalism that you fostered between AEW and WWE fans. You're as subtle as a cockroach crawling across a white rug, Dave. Owned him. And here's Stinkashay saying, I like how even though you were asked a question, people are still going to say you're glazing when you just simply answered the question. And then, yeah, Meltzer, we read this before. When AEW formed, lots of what happened I expected. No, Dave, you didn't. Meltzer said what? Had your fucking card back then. He had your number. He knew what you were going to do and perpetrate, and you've done it. And so here's what the Observer had to say. WWE put their worst foot forward against All In. What a clown.
You really put this head to head with All In?
Yeah, Dave, because you, Jesus Christ, I can't even let him get a second in. Dave, yes, they put this against All In because it's not really, they don't give a fuck. It's just, can we take people away from that show to watch our free show? They don't need to put their WrestleMania against All In. All In was just a C+. It was like a B- AEW pay-per-view. It was kind of cool because it was in a big building and you had fireworks and shit, and they didn't do blood the whole card for once, you know? So it was like kind of sweet, you know? But it wasn't even one of their best pay-per-views of all time. And Dave's like, they put their worst foot forward. They owned the weekend. They don't care. They don't. Dave, what you're doing is burying the competition. You're not even doing a Ric Flair, dude. Dave doesn't even know how to work properly, right? He's sitting here just burying what they did. They put this against All In. Yeah. You should be putting it over, saying they put their best foot forward and All In still knocked it out of the park, is what you should be doing. But instead, you're trying to diminish them, and more people are like, more people watch Great American Bash than All In, so they're like, what the fuck? What are you talking about, old man?
You really put this head to head?
Or more people watch Great American Bash than All In, you know?
All In? It's like, you know, when you go head to head, you know what I mean? It's like you don't want to look like you're 20 times worse.
What does that mean, 20 times worse? So he's just saying Obafemi's, like, everyone knocked their matches out of the park. So he's trying to say, oh, you put Obafemi against Ospreay? More people know who Obafemi is than Ospreay, Dave. Okay? Maybe, like, not literally, but at the end of the day, dude, what are you even talking about? One of these people is on Netflix every week as the NXT champion. The other guy just did a fucking amphitheater that you couldn't even sell out. Right? Like, one person just did a fucking comedy club that still had one ticket on sale when the night began. So what's going on? Like, what are you even talking about? Your worst foot forward. And then they had Goldberg on the other show, which he's not bringing up. But it's like, Dave, the fact that they didn't have to put their best foot forward and still stole the weekend is more telling. And then you defending it and saying this shark-eyed, this shark-brained goblin fucking shit, dude, is just really disturbing.
It's like, you want to look like you're better, and it's not like they had to do the show. It's not like they picked the date first and the other people came. It's like you know, like you go in there on a head-to-head and you want to put your best foot forward, and they literally in every way put their worst foot forward. They had, you know, a small arena that
Dave, holy shit, he's such a fucking retard. He thinks that, like, what does he think? They weren't doing, it's not their WrestleMania. Okay? If it was WrestleMania versus All In, who wins, Dave? They'd have shitted all over this shit. If they did a WrestleMania in the same arena as an AEW on the same fucking night, which would win? Like, come on, dude. They did a small arena? Yeah, they always do. Great American Bash sometimes is a 2-night special that they do part one on one night, but it's just on TV, or it's just on regular whatever the fuck, USA or Netflix or whatever you guys watch it in America now. Like, I don't get what he's getting at, man. This is like a TV special that they then were like, well, we'll make it a PLE again and we'll do it. Yeah, we're not going to sell out because it's Inamura, a guy from Noah, versus fucking Obafemi. Obviously, it's not going to sell out. They weren't trying to do that. They're just trying to steal the headlines, which they did, and especially with the Evolution card. By that time, no one was talking about All In, but you and your fucking bottle of cream you didn't run out of yet, rewatching the fucking Ospreay match over and over.
The crowd was fine, but they weren't that hot at all, you know, especially for a small arena like that. I mean, small arenas are usually really hot. It wasn't.
Like AEW's crowd was a small building and it was really hot, Dave. It wasn't, though. And the crowd was really hot. You're just in denial of that.
The matches were okay. And they were going against the show that literally when they booked it, they may have thought, these guys are only going to get 12,000 people in a baseball.
No, it has nothing to do with that. They were in Atlanta. It was an Atlanta weekend. where they held it all in the same venue, including Evolution, and they did a whole weekend, and it was Goldberg's retirement and Saturday Night Main Event, and it was built around the TV special, right? Whereas All In is their WrestleMania. They didn't think they'd hurt the ticket sales or else they'd be in fucking Texas. So for all the sickos out there who, when I say, wow, this TNA, AAA, NXT show outdrew their SummerSlam or WrestleMania show, and then people spurged out, oh, it wasn't even in the same city, man. One was in Arizona, one was in LA, dude. But then your king, emperor, uncle, daddy Dave says the same fucking thing I was saying then. So they thought it would directly hurt ticket sales. Even though I didn't think it would directly hurt ticket sales, I was just pointing out, look at the contrast in who drew what, right? And people got mad about that. Dave's using that same, so he's talking about draw at the same time, even though they're in completely different states. Right? So there you fucking have it. All the time, bro. We own these sickos, dude.
Stadium, and they're going to look really bad, and we're going to...
No, but WWE doesn't care if they draw 12,000 or 18,000 or 9,000 or whatever the fuck. It was them saying we need to take eyeballs, people who would normally watch All In or buy it or whatever. Let's give them wrestling all day so they watch our shit instead, and fuck them.
Packed little building. But it didn't work out that way. And it was almost like...
So Dave's trying to sit here and pretend that because AEW drew what a Raw draws every Monday, that this is a failure because WWE said, here's our NXT show and our women this weekend. And Bill Goldberg's retirement. He's sitting here taking a victory lap. This is why everyone hates Dave. This is why everyone hates AEW. This is why no one takes this shit seriously. You're taking a victory lap over them drawing a Raw number for their WrestleMania show. Where's your victory lap today, Dave? So when Raw does literally 16 times what this Dynamite just did, when they do a 16,000 ticket sale again, what are you going to say then? Well, it wasn't on the same day, Brian. So why didn't you say what Phil Marks said when AAA and them outdrew Double or Nothing or one of these other events? Like, it's just such gross. He's clearly owns 3% of AEW.
Put this head to
The rumors are true.
Ed?
Yeah, Dave is just, man, his credibility has entirely fallen off over time recently. So Dave behind the curve again and finally admitting in The Observer that the key demo for WBD is 25 to 54. What did your boy tell you guys? PWT Universe, AEW skewing older. Now Dave's picking that demo because it's gone up. That's the one he can prove that's gone up year over year with the one that he said is more important than the overall rating, the 18 to 49. Now he's claiming that doesn't matter. Or he didn't say that, or he doesn't claim that that doesn't matter, but before he said the overall rating matters. And then people said, what matters more, overall rating or key demo? He then said key demo. Now he's saying, look at the 25 to 54. Why? Now what's the key demo? We know what WBD is their key demo, and it skews older. So Dave tried to lie and say all the cord cutting. Now he's saying the 25 to 54. What did I tell you guys? The people who watched New Japan 7 to 10 years ago are growing up now, and it's older, and it's going to be like WWE, where older people watch that shit and try and show it to their kids, but it doesn't really resonate. And WWE gets more and more over with women and families and shit again, and thus making it more popular. Women are fucking accountable for like all the debt and all the fucking money and shit. Look it up, man. I don't make it up, right? Like during the fucking pandemic, makeup was like still a multi-billion-dollar fucking industry. Everyone was staying inside, I thought, you know? Hell no. Women spend their fucking money, dude. And they spend it on WWE more than AEW. And that key demo, the 18 to 49, now he's going to zero in on the 25-54 because Phil don't fucking miss. And I said it too, especially when you're talking about streaming, bro. Like, you can't start playing these fucking games where you're picky and choosy, you know? But yeah, Switchblade says that it's been the key demo for them as far back as the mid-2010s. So when Dave was switching his mind and going, the key demo is what matters. Well, on Max, their key demo has been 25 to 54 this whole fucking time. which is funny. And so this guy says Nick LoPiccolo versus Dave Meltzer all in 2026. And Niccolo says, I would be down for this match, although there are probably a lot of people reading this right now who don't believe this match would draw ratings. But you are going to mislead yourself. Just like someone comparing Q2 Raw 2024 to Q4 SmackDown 2025. If you do not factor that in, then you do not understand ratings to begin with. If there is an NCIS lead-in, that is not going to be a throwaway stat. It is a meaningful variable. This would draw 7% increase if it's NCIS New Orleans and 32.6% with NCIS Sydney. NCIS Origins is effectively a wash. This is not conjecture. You will learn if you actually look at the data and understand what you are seeing. Now, when you factor in max, even if you use the most pessimistic number available, meaning you are assuming minimum traction, minimum push, minimum uptake, it is still at a floor going to draw 26% more, and that is just the floor. If you go based on the actual numbers we have gotten for Max, it is probably closer to 83% in terms of incremental viewership or compounded engagement, depending on how you slice it. These are not excuses. These are determining factors. Reading is your friend. And if you are not building those into your analysis, then what you are doing is not analysis at all. If the numbers are lower than this, it's because LoPiccolo could not work his way out of a paper bag, let alone a match with any measurable work rate. Man, he is a straight up fucking sicko. Wacko like the rest of us. He's been watching Dave. Hey, I think he plays flutes. I'm just going to say it, man. And that is like a legendary breakdown of Dave right there. Like just, I don't know. I love that. What a tweet. Hang that one in the Louvre. And yeah, I also tweeted out, I was like, Meltzer used to say the overall viewership is what matters, then switched to key demos. Then everyone left is outdated, ass behind, and as he still touted 18 to 49. And he didn't understand streaming. Myself and others hollered about how Netflix and Max and other streamers don't care about 18 to 49 the way they care about other metrics. Tony Khan drops a graph featuring no 18 to 49 as AEW's 18 to 49 is shrinking. Dave says the reason is because all the young folks are watching on Max. We laughed at that. Now he finally admits that the Keys demo is 25 to 54 and cites loss of younger viewership to streaming. Another huge W for the good guys. And it's not about whether Dave's right or not, because now it's just funny to like predict what he's gonna say, and then when he says it, you're like, boom. Like as far as being right about, like, we know he's not gonna be, so it doesn't matter if, like, you guys know what it doesn't matter if it's a positive or negative for AEW, I guess is what I'm trying to say here, because we know him just positive for AEW means right, and then negative for WWE means wrong or right, you know. So like whether he's it doesn't matter if like it's a good thing for AEW or not. It's just tracking what he says and having it because he's such a goof, you know. But Dave, WWE booked SNME head-to-head with AEW's WrestleMania, aka All In. AEW then changed the start time of their stadium show pay-per-view to the afternoon, as reported by you in Friday, April 4th, 2025 Observer. On May 27th, WWE announced NXT as well. The goal was already accomplished. You know, so basically what he's pointing out is like, you don't get to say like, oh, they failed in any metric because they like basically bowed up and Tony Khan flinched. He changed the start time of a show. He also had to change the venue. WWE didn't have to change the venue except for we're going to this fucking venue that you are then, you are then going to freak out about and say it's not comparable. Like they did a weekend. In the weekend in that one building, they outsold AEW show, one show. So what does it really fucking matter? You know? And the goal was already accomplished exactly because Meltzer and all you guys were like, they're doing this show this day. And then they ended up having to move the time to compete with the NXT show that they announced after the fucking fact. So that's the L right there. Automatically, or that for Dave and AEW, but that's the W right there. And yeah, we saw Wild Cuervo again appear on like this at Evolution.
Well, he does his entire entrance, and then
Of course, this is a throwback clip, but
he gets on
He
the
had,
announce
he, had,
table
he, had,
and
he, had, he had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
So Dynamite beats NXT a lot and may beat Raw. Are you sure about that, Dave? So yeah, Dave is absolutely lost his mind. Jimmy Cross USA, he says, and it still can't, or this guy says it still can't fill seats like WCW in the 90s. So like, what do these ratings and shit matter if they can't fill seats? Dave says if you include US viewership, it beats NXT by a lot. If you include US viewership, but what Dave isn't including is global viewership for NXT, which is regularly number 1 through 10. And he does not, like, I looked the other day on X, and someone said like Raw was still number 2 in India or whatever, or not the other day, today on Wednesday. You know what I mean? So Dave doesn't factor any of that shit in. On NXT on Netflix is where all Canadians have to watch NXT now. That alone, Dave. Like, come on, man. So he says it beats NXT by a lot. It may beat Raw, but we won't know until next Tuesday because Netflix is delayed a week. Pretending nobody watches on Max is so sad at this point, but it can't beat SmackDown. Oh, my God, dude. Zaslav already stated during a media call that HBO Max viewership accounts for 25% of programs from WBD networks. Dave, nobody. When we say nobody, we mean insignificant, inconsequential. Just like when we show that fucking chart where WBD accounts for 1.4% of the streaming in its entirety, that means everything. That means the fucking Batman shit that they upload there and all the DC stuff that means everything, Dave. That means Bugs Bunny and all that shit. In AEW and all of it, they have 1.4% market share, and it accounts for 25% of that. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? When you extrapolate the numbers, it doesn't even make fucking sense whatsoever. He's just lying through his fucking teeth. So Dave says Rollins was reportedly originally planned to face Roman Reigns at SummerSlam before he suffered the knee injury. So now he's saying it's legit, and he was supposed to planned to fight Roman Reigns. So again, I could say anyone. Oh, Travis Scott was supposed to face Roman Reigns before his. Like, you could say that about anyone. If Kevin Owens at SummerSlam was supposed to do this, Brian, but he got injured. Like, anyone can do that about anything. So I just think he's fucked up for doing that. Media Snob says there is zero data supporting the 500K number, and no one is willing to stand by that number to support that report. Exactly. Only Dave and Bethel. The burden of proof falls on BJ, and that's what Dave doesn't understand either. He just goes, I studied. Trust me, I know. No, the burden of proof falls on you to prove this shit, Dave, because you guys are the ones claiming it. So prove it. Like, they don't understand how debate or like how any of this shit works. And BJ to source it, and he hasn't provided one source. Switchblade says, show this to Dave since he asked for evidence. Bethel claimed NBA does 1.7 to 2 million, yet the All-Star game did between 52 and 152 on Max. So again, we can just extrapolate Bethel's lies. Let's leave the wrestling bubble. He's claimed that the NBA does 1.7 to 2 million on Max, but we know for a fact the All-Star game did 52 to 152. So when they sit there and try and say Dynamite more likely does 200 to 3,000 every week on Max, bro, the All-Star game did 152 being generous, which Switchblade proved. So no, you're fucking lying. Again, Meltzer said, what says, you'll be shocked to learn that Dave is either lying, moving the goalposts, or didn't previously know what he was arrogantly talking about with WBD's key demo. So again, he goes wrong. They mention viewers 18 to 49 and 25 to 54. They tout viewers 18 to 49 and 25 to 54. I've seen WBD charts, and they are ranked by 18 to 49. So you got work, Dave, because no, they're not. Okay? Meltzer said, what? Pulled your card. Advertising rates are based on 18 to 49, except for news where it's 25 to 54. Well, WBD since the mid-2010s, look at 25 to 54, Dave. You're wrong. The number most sponsors look at is 18 to 49. Viewers same day, or with news, 25 to 54. Those aren't the numbers shows are ranked by or ads are. This is as far back as 2021, him being wrong. 25 to 54 for news. Look how many of these we got, chat. Canadian ads are 25 to 54. Oh, buddy. Some advisors look at 25 to 54, advertisers rather, but they aren't determined by that age. We're going way back in time. 25 to 54, Canadian key demo. 25 to 54, he's bringing up Canada and shit, buddy. News channels are based on this. We have so many more where he fucked up. 25 to 54, blah, blah, blah. Him arguing people for years, 2022 here, 2023, on behalf and using this fucking thing that's wrong. And now he's going, Max uses 25 to 54. Meanwhile, he wasn't educating anyone on that when it fucking mattered back then. Because he's a goddamn idiot. So Meltzer says Mystico is likely to get much bigger money offers from WWE. Mystico, Sin Cara, fucking Botch Cara, dude. And also from AEW, as will. So Dave, this is Dave's favorite wrestler. So now he's doing this to affect how people get paid in the business. And this is why he's a scumbag. Because WWE doesn't give a fuck about Botch Cara again, okay? And also from AEW, as will somebody with great potential like Mascara Dorada, Titan, as Tony calls it, that is his name, and Templario. One of the realities of WWE buying AAA is that as great as CMLL is doing, it's going to be very difficult for them to keep top talent. I just don't know if they want Mystico, bro. Like, especially with you glazing him all the time, saying he's a bigger deal than Roman Reigns. I ain't buying it. So Julian Weeks posts, well, you look at that, 8,300 plus sold. So at Evolution, dude, they sold 8,300 plus tickets. Like, that's such a W. Double or Nothing in Glendale sold 8,100 tickets. So an all-women show outdrew their SummerSlam WrestleMania show. Where the fuck is my poor people?
Poor people don't like AEW.
Right there, Dave. You're a dumbass. You got fucking owned, and now he's using that same logic. Well, All In compared to Great American Bash. So, again, Lance Levine is like, scorecard for the weekend. Texas was the easy winner, but gotta say, WWE GAB was very good effort. The no-brainer distant third was the lousy SNME. And then Meltzer goes, ROH Supercard of Honor had the best match. So Takeshita Bandito, because there was 800 false finishes, had the best match. Think of the standard that entails with Moxley, Bucks, Omega, and Mercedes. The Bucks did the same old shit. No one gave a fuck. Omega match was a WWE style match. Mercedes match was mid. And fucking Moxley's match was super mid, and he got stabbed in the head a bunch. Dave is a clown, man. So again, fucking Ricochet responding to LoPiccolo defending Meltzer. Stinkashay's cooked. Like, I just can't even be a fan of this guy anymore, right? But Nick LoPiccolo says you can speak all you want, but nobody respects your voice. And then Ricochet says he's got 307K followers, so I'm pretty sure you're wrong about that. But at least he gave you a bit of attention, and I'm sure that made you feel good about yourself. Now, it's funny because Ricochet's one of these dumb fucks who he said this to me too. He's like, loser, you follow more people than you have followers. So by that logic, then, you're shitty and AEW shitty because WWE has more followers than you. Cooked you, Stinkashay. Cooked you, dog. With your own fucking logic, because you're a dumbass ball kiss. So, Piccolo again responds. You wrote a whole essay to say nothing. We covered that. Tony Khan on All In, through the roof pay-per-view buys, Adam Cole and Michael Oku updates. And then, of course, Observer, through the roof pay-per-view buys. No, Dave, you're lying. You're making it up. You're adding 30%. This is what Dave does. The source is going to be you. They're not up in pay-per-view buys. That's a fucking lie. I'm sorry. And if they're up from like the last one or the one before because it's fucking All In. But they're not year over year. And then LoPiccolo owns Ricochet and goes, I'm not going to sign you, bro. Fucking cooked him, dude. I'm not going to fucking sign you. So, Meltzer said what had this to say in our last bit here. He says, people often, we'll cover the Raj Giri, Jimmy Corderas battle. We'll do that one Saturday, Sicko Saturday. So Meltzer said what says, people often ask me whether I think Dynamite Dave Meltzer is on the AEW payroll, and my response is always the same. And this is the truth, man. He said this to me in DMs many a times. He says the scarier answer is if he's not on the payroll. I agree. That means this is just his natural bias as a journalist. And yeah, this wasn't about AEW. You have AEW derangement syndrome. This admittedly is an atypical week, but it was 2 weeks ago. Please don't bring, okay, whatever. Just Dave shilling, right? And then he responds with an update and he goes, no need to put someone on the payroll when they willingly work for you for free. So again, we have Dave fucking just like a good little puppy boy. A good little fucking puppy boy. Pat him on the head. Tony, was that good? Mr. Khan, was that good enough for you? Oh, make sure you set your DVRs for, think about that. He posts shit like, make sure you set your DVRs for 2 hours earlier in case you miss Thursday Night Collision. Like he'd ever do that for SmackDown when it's preempted, or NXT when it's on a different station, or any shit like that. He fucking doesn't. He just sits there and glazes these fucking shows. And Meltzer said what points it out. And that's really what's more alarming. Like, let's say we believe Dave and he's not on anyone's payroll. Why the fuck does he shill so hard? This means like he's mentally fucking sick and he just really wants his wrestling to be the best, which I think that's what the case is, honestly. I know the 3% thing's a funny joke. I sort of invented it. But at the end of the day, man, I don't want to. It's allegedly. It's just this is South Park. It's just a fake fucking thing that people talked about seriously because it appears it could be true. So Dave has this to say to John Ernenpuch, who says, still think a Forbidden Door at Dodger Stadium would be awesome. It's outside, but can be done in the fall, winter even. Just love the idea of pushing the Japanese and lucha aspects with the big LA show. And Dave says, I'd try the soccer stadium downtown. I actually pushed for the debut show to be there. So Dave is actively like, man, this can't be a journalism. You can't be a journalist. That's like what's happening to all these fucking like right-wing guys too, who are all like, yeah, we pushed for Trump and he's in the White House and he's going to release those Epstein files. And now Alex Jones is like, I'm going to get sick. He's on camera like, I'm going to throw up. I can't believe it. It's the deep state. You know what I mean? You worked yourself into a corner sucking balls and being a fucking shill. And now it's blowing up in your face. Own it. Own it. Own it. We know who's on every politician, every fucking celebrity's on that list. You know what I mean? We know it. Own it. But no, you're not gonna. You're gonna fucking beat around the bush, dabble around. And so this is what Dave's doing, man. But no. But think about it. He's not beating around the bush. It's that he has a direct influence. And because of that, he's fucking what? I pushed for it to be in a stadium. You were texting Tony Khan saying the first show should be in a soccer stadium. Stay in your fucking lane. That shouldn't even just give it stars and shut the fuck up, Dave. You shouldn't be pushing for anything. Fuck you talking about? It's crazy. So Dave says, I'd try the soccer stadium downtown. I actually pushed for the debut show to be there if possible because I knew ticket demand was there for 20 to 25,000 for that show minimum. So he thought they would get 25,000 in a stadium? I don't get it, man. I really don't fucking get it, dude. So, yeah, he just shouldn't be pushing for anything. The fact you admit you're a fucking shill is hilarious, Dave. No one takes you fucking serious anymore. You're a goof. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a Trying Brian. A lot of Brian in there. And a Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week. So, ladies and gentlemen, we almost went 5 hours today. Round of applause for me, again, the GOAT. Absolutely. Oh, dude, I didn't see this here. So F1WGP7 for 5 says, thanks for over 20 hours of content since Saturday, Phil. A monster effort. Dude, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Get my channel to 7K subs, and then I'll stream Evolution 2. Okay? It's my wife's birthday coming up. I know she's going to get mad at me for that. No, she's the chillest person on earth, truthfully. But yeah, I'll stream if you guys want Slammiversary, but we got to get to 7K subs before then. Okay, fuck the 200 likes on this video. That's just like that was just whatever. I was talking shit about that part. How about that? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I really appreciate you all for being here. Make sure you tune into the Saturday live show. It'll be a sicko Saturday. There's just UFC, no WWE or AEW, so I can fucking kind of chill. I might start a little earlier, maybe get some fun guests on, right? Maybe a little Hughley, who we haven't heard from in a while. Hopefully, maybe if that works out, I'll do the damn thing. And then Sunday stream if we get to 7K subs. So please run those likes and subs up. I appreciate you all for supporting the show. Richard, because he was smart enough to get out of here. What's chat saying? Good night, everyone. Phil is the man. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I was trying to plow through a bunch of that. I know I didn't check in with you guys for a while, but I was just absolutely trying to plow through. So yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Him and TK almost got into a fight, but Dirt Sheet and IWC trying to cover it up. Good night, chat. Talk to you Saturday. Yeah, good night, guys. Love you. Until next time, I bid you adieu. I'll see you in the Upside Down. I should try and record a PWT pod, so I'll try and do that. Tomorrow, I'm going to try and release a Superman review and my Squid Game review. I'm just backed up on PWT shit after all these fucking streams, I got to be honest. And yeah, maybe I'll get someone on to do that with me. Lincoln Hawk is going to join me for some talk as well. So we love seeing him here on this channel, but over there at youtube.com/PhilMarksOut. And yeah, become a member or you will miss out on Monday shows. And that's really what it is at the end of the day. Okay. So I appreciate you all. Until next time, I bid you adieu. I'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk and we smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1-1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our nights on trial. We walk and we smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1-1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yay!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
No! Damn it, God damn it!
Yay!
Boring.
Well, so how many high school boys does it take to change a light bulb?